Hey everyone. Welcome back to Gringotts Hub. Get ready for an amazing tale. Harry claimed Potter-Black-Peverell-Merlin-Gryffindor Lordships and dissolved every Pureblood family in one ancient ritual. Smash that like button and subscribe for more. Here we go. Chapter 1. The weight of 5 names. The letter from Gringotts arrived on a Tuesday, which Harry always thought was a strange day for your life to change. He'd been sitting on the roof of number 4, Privet Drive, which was the only place the Dursleys couldn't reach him without a ladder and genuine effort, 2 things Vernon Dursley avoided in combination. It was early July, 3 weeks after the Department of Mysteries, and Harry had been doing what he'd been doing most mornings since he got back, watching the neighborhood wake up and trying very hard not to think about Sirius. He wasn't always successful. The owl found him anyway. It was a large tawny bird he didn't recognize, carrying a thick envelope sealed with gold wax pressed into the shape of a key. It dropped the letter in his lap without ceremony and left immediately, which Harry respected. No waiting for a reply. No hovering for a treat. Just delivery and departure, clean and professional. He turned the envelope over. The address on the front read, Lord Harrison James Potter, Temporary Residence, Surrey. He stared at the word Lord for a long time. Then he opened it. The letter was written on heavy parchment that felt faintly warm to the touch, like it had been sitting in sunlight. The handwriting was precise and angular, clearly not human, goblin script adapted into English characters, each letter formed with the kind of deliberate care that suggested the writer had no patience for ambiguity. Mr. Potter, we at Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley Branch, wish to formally notify you of an irregularity in the management of your estate. Following the death of your godfather, Sirius Black, on June 18, 1996, a comprehensive audit of all accounts linked to your person was triggered under ancient banking law, specifically, Goblin Accord Article 17, which mandates a full inheritance review whenever a client's estate increases by more than 3 ancestral vaults. Your estate increased by 11. We request your presence at your earliest convenience to discuss the findings of this audit. We advise you bring no representative from the Ministry of Magic or Hogwarts. This matter is between the bank and its client. Account Manager, Ragnarok, Senior Director of Inheritance Affairs. P.S. Bring the letter. There are doors it will open. Harry read it twice. Then he climbed back through his bedroom window, changed out of his pajamas, and started thinking about how to get to London without anyone from the Order noticing. It took him about 4 minutes to figure out. He wrote to Hermione first, because Hermione was the person you wrote to when you needed to think clearly and didn't trust your own head. He kept it brief, got a letter from Gringotts. Inheritance audit. Going tomorrow morning. Don't tell anyone yet. He sent it with Hedwig and then sat on his bed and waited. Her reply arrived 40 minutes later, which was fast even for Hermione. Harry, you absolutely cannot go to Gringotts without telling the Order. Moody will have a complete fit and Dumbledore. He flipped the parchment over. However, if you are determined to go anyway, which I suspect you are, then at least tell me what time you're planning to leave so I can meet you at the Leaky Cauldron. Don't argue. I'm coming. He smiled for the first time in 3 weeks. 9 o'clock, he wrote back. And don't bring Ron. He paused, then added, please. He wasn't ready for Ron's reactions yet. Ron had a face that broadcast every emotion he felt the moment he felt it, which was something Harry usually found endearing and currently found exhausting. He needed someone who could hear strange things and process them quietly first. Hermione could do that. She'd argue with him, certainly, but she'd argue after she'd listened, which was more than most people managed. He went to sleep that night without telling anyone in the Order anything at all. If Dumbledore had taught him one thing, even if he'd taught it accidentally, it was that information was leverage. Harry was done giving his leverage away for free. Hermione was already at the Leaky Cauldron when he arrived, sitting in the corner booth with a cup of tea she hadn't touched and a copy of Magical Inheritance Law, a practitioner's guide open on the table in front of her. She'd had it for less than a day, which meant she'd either already owned it or gone out first thing this morning to buy it, and either option was completely believable. She looked up when he walked in. Her eyes did a quick, involuntary scan of his face, the kind people do when they're checking if someone they care about is actually okay rather than just saying they are, and whatever she saw made her expression soften a fraction before she schooled it back into composure. "You look tired," she said. "Good morning to you too." "I'm serious, Harry. Have you been sleeping?" "Hermione." He sat down across from her. "Can we do the mother henning after Gringotts?" She pressed her lips together, but she closed the book. "Fine. But we're talking about it later." She pushed the untouched tea toward him. "What exactly did the letter say?" He pulled it from his pocket and handed it over. She read it with the particular focused stillness she got when processing something genuinely unexpected, no dramatic reactions, no sharp intake of breath, just very careful reading and then a long pause after. 11 vaults, she said. "Yeah. That's not, Harry, that's not normal. Even old families with significant accumulated wealth don't typically have 11 ancestral vaults. That implies 11 distinct family lines, each with their own established magical seat." "I know. And the letter says linked to your person. Not linked to the Potter estate. Not linked to Sirius's estate. To you specifically." "I know, Hermione." She handed the letter back and picked up her tea. He noticed her hand wasn't quite steady. "All right," she said. "Then let's go find out what you are." Gringotts was quiet at this hour, the great marble hall filling slowly with morning commerce but not yet crowded. Harry ignored the usual teller windows and approached the senior desk at the back, the one staffed by goblins who wore slightly different robes and looked at wizards with a more refined variety of contempt. He held up the letter and said, "I have an appointment with Ragnarok." The goblin at the desk, old, sharp-faced, with eyes the color of old copper, looked at the letter without touching it. Then he looked at Harry. Then, with a short nod that managed to convey both acknowledgement and judgment, he said, "Follow Griphook." A younger goblin materialized at Harry's elbow. He led them not through the main bank but through a side door Harry had never noticed, down a short corridor lined with portraits of goblins who all looked deeply suspicious of everyone who walked past, and into a room that was entirely unlike any room Harry had seen in Gringotts before. It was large and circular, lit by floating orbs of amber light, with walls of dark stone carved into what looked like family trees, sprawling, branching diagrams of magical lineage that covered every surface floor to ceiling. In the center sat a circular table, and behind the table sat the goblin Harry assumed was Ragnarok. He was old in a way that suggested he'd been old for a very long time, with white hair pulled back from a face like a carved knot of wood and hands that moved with the slow, deliberate precision of someone who wasted nothing. He did not stand when Harry entered. He did not offer any greeting that could be mistaken for deference. What he did do was look at Harry the way you'd look at something you'd been expecting for a long time and had complicated feelings about. "Sit," he said. "Both of you." They sat. Ragnarok placed a flat stone in the center of the table. It was dark, smooth, and about the size of a dinner plate. "This is a lineage anchor," he said. "When blood is applied, it traces every line of descent, living or latent, carrying active magical inheritance. We used it 3 days ago when your godfather's death triggered the audit." He paused. "We would like you to apply it again, in your presence, so there can be no dispute later." "Dispute with whom?" Harry asked. Ragnarok's mouth curved, very slightly. "Whoever comes to dispute it." Harry pulled out his wand, conjured a small cutting charm across his index finger, and pressed it to the stone without hesitation. Hermione made a small noise beside him but didn't say anything. The stone lit up. Not gradually, not gently, it blazed, amber light flooding the entire room, the carved family trees on the walls seeming to tremble and rearrange themselves in response, lines brightening and connecting and reaching across the stone in a way that filled the table and then exceeded it, stretching into the air in golden threads that linked and branched and pulsed. Harry sat very still in the center of it, watching gold light trace connections he'd never known existed, and felt something that wasn't quite emotion and wasn't quite magic but was somewhere in the territory between the two stir in his chest. It ran for nearly 2 full minutes. When it faded, Ragnar picked up a parchment that had printed itself during the display and read from it in the flat, efficient tone of a professional who had delivered extraordinary news before and understood that theatrics helped no one. Harrison James Potter, he said, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter. This was known. He set down one sheet and picked up another. Heir to the most ancient and noble house of Black, by right of your godfather Sirius Orion Black, who named you sole heir in his will, which the ministry has not yet processed. He set that down. Heir to the most ancient and noble house of Peverell, through the paternal Potter line, which itself descended from Ignotus Peverell, third son, whose line continued through the Potters but whose lordship was never formally claimed due to, he glanced up briefly, a series of administrative oversights spanning roughly 2 centuries. Administrative oversights, Harry repeated. Goblins are precise about language. Oversights is the word we use when we mean wizards weren't paying attention. He picked up another sheet. Heir to the most ancient and noble house of Gryffindor, through your maternal line. Your mother, Lily Evans, née Prince, carried dormant Gryffindor blood through the Evans maternal lineage, which traces back through 7 generations of Muggleborn and half-blood witches to, wait, Hermione said. She'd been silent this entire time, both hands flat on the table, and now she leaned forward with the particular intensity she got when something was demanding she re-examine everything she thought she knew. You're saying Lily Potter was descended from Godric Gryffindor? Distantly. Sufficiently. The magic doesn't require directness, only continuity. Ragnar looked at her with what might, generously, have been mild approval. The lineage was traced, confirmed, and sealed in our records 40 years ago when Lily Evans first used magic as a child. The dormant claim activated on the birth of a child who combined both paternal and maternal inheritance lines of sufficient power. He looked at Harry. You. Harry was quiet. He was thinking about his mother, not in the sharp, painful way he usually thought about her, the way that felt like pressing on a bruise, but in a different way, a way that felt like seeing a photograph from an unexpected angle. She'd been braver than anyone gave her credit for. He'd always known that. He just hadn't known it went back this far. You said 5, he said. That's 4. Ragnar set down the last sheet on the table between them. He didn't pick it up and read from it. He just let it sit there. Harry leaned over and read it himself. The 5th name, written at the bottom of the lineage trace in letters that were slightly brighter than the rest, as if the ink itself was uncertain how to handle the information, was, Merlin Ambrosius, Court Mage of Camelot. Ancestral magical lordship. Active inheritance. Claimant, Harrison James Potter, via maternal convergence point, Evans Prince Merton Emery's line, sealed 8th century, first activation recorded July 31, 1980. The room was very quiet. Merlin, Harry said. Yes. I'm descended from Merlin. Distantly. Sufficiently. Harry sat back in his chair and looked at the ceiling for a moment. Then he looked at Hermione. She was staring at the parchment with an expression he'd never seen on her face before, not excitement, not scholarship instinct, not even the particular glow she got when she'd been right about something. It was something rawer than any of those things. It looked like awe, and Hermione Granger didn't awe easily. Say something, he said. She met his eyes. I think, she said carefully, that the magical world has absolutely no idea what it's sitting on. No, Ragnar agreed, from across the table, it does not. They spent the next 3 hours in that room with Ragnar, going through the audit findings with the kind of thoroughness that Harry found exhausting and Hermione found energizing, which meant she asked most of the questions and he paid attention to the answers. The 11 vaults were distributed across the 5 houses, several for Potter, the entire Black fortune, 3 Peverell vaults that had been accumulating interest for 200 years without a claimant, a Gryffindor vault that was not large in gold but contained artifacts of extraordinary magical significance, and a Merlin vault that Ragnarok described only as substantial, with an expression that suggested substantial was doing considerable heavy lifting. More significant than the gold, though, were the lordship rings. Each ancient family had a ring, not merely jewelry, but a magical instrument, a key to the family's seat of power in the Wizengamot, in their ancestral properties, in the layered network of magical obligations and privileges that the old wizarding world had spent centuries constructing. 5 rings meant 5 seats. 5 seats, all simultaneously held by one person, had never happened in recorded magical history. What happens, Harry asked, if someone claims all 5 at once? Ragnarok looked at him steadily. The rite of convergence, he said, is a ritual described in exactly 3 documents across the entirety of Goblin magical history. It was created theoretically, in the 9th century, by a mage who believed that if sufficient ancestral lines converged in a single living heir, that heir could perform a ritual to merge the lines permanently, creating a new, unified magical house that would subsume all 5. And the existing pureblood families who hold power through connections to those lines would find their borrowed authority revoked. Ragnarok's tone didn't change. Magic does not share. If the root claim is held by a single source, the branches wither. The room was quiet again. Harry leaned forward, both forearms on the table. Is it possible? I said it was created theoretically. That's not what I asked. Ragnarok regarded him for a long moment with those copper-colored eyes. When he spoke, his voice was completely level. The ritual requires the simultaneous claiming of all 5 lordship rings, performed in the ancestral seat of the primary house, on a night of full convergence, when all 5 magical inheritances are at peak resonance. It requires the heir to endure the full weight of 5 magical lines merging into one, which no living person has ever undergone and survived. He paused. It also requires absolute clarity of intent. The ritual is not a weapon. It is an inheritance claim. If it is performed with anything other than a genuine, complete understanding of what is being claimed, not wanted, claimed, it fails. Harry held his gaze. And the next full convergence? 12 days from now. Harry nodded slowly. He reached across the table and picked up the Gryffindor vault key. It was gold and old and warm in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. He put it in his pocket. We'll need access to all 5 vaults, he said. And I'll need to review everything in the Gryffindor vault specifically. Today, if possible. Ragnarok stood. I anticipated this. He gestured toward the door. Griphook will take you. As they rose to follow, Ragnarok added, without looking up from gathering his parchments, Mr. Potter. When you claim these seats, and I note I am saying when, not if, the Wizengamot will move against you within 48 hours. The Ministry within 72. Several private individuals with significant motivation will move faster than both. I know. I am informing you not to give you pause, Ragnarok said, but to ensure your planning accounts for speed. Harry looked at him. How long has Gringotts known about my inheritance? Since your birth. And no one told me. We are a bank, Ragnarok said. We tell clients what they need to know when they need to know it. Until you could act on this information, telling you would have served no purpose except to make you a target earlier than necessary. He finally looked up, and his expression was not unkind, exactly, but it was something close to it. You needed to survive long enough to use what you are, Mr. Potter. You have survived. Now use it. The Gryffindor vault was deeper in the mountain than any vault Harry had been to before, reached on a cart that moved faster than the others and stopped with a jolt that suggested the track itself was resistant to arrival. The door was not gold or iron but deep red stone, smooth and warm, with no visible lock or handle. Griphook stood back. Harry stepped forward and pressed his palm flat against the stone, and it swung open. The vault inside was not large. Nothing like the Potter vault he'd visited as an 11-year-old, with its piles of gold catching the lamplight. This was a room, not a treasure chamber, with shelving along the walls and items arranged with the care of a museum, each one on its own shelf with space around it. Harry walked slowly along the shelves while Hermione moved beside him with a small notebook she'd produced from somewhere, making notes in her cramped handwriting. There were weapons, not dark artifacts but genuine weapons, a sword that wasn't Gryffindor's sword, he'd seen that at Hogwarts, older and plainer, and a dagger with a blade that seemed to shift color in different light. There were books, 3 of them, handwritten, in a script Harry didn't recognize but that made his eyes itch in a way that suggested magic recognition trying to work without the key. There were small objects, stones and tokens and one crystal vial of something that moved on its own. And on the central shelf, raised on a plain block of stone, was a ring. It was gold, deep and dark, set with a single ruby that was not faceted like a modern gem but rounded, like a smooth river stone. It was not ornate. It was not impressive, exactly. But when Harry picked it up, it was like putting his hand into a current, not painful, not overwhelming, but present, something that pushed back with equal force, assessing. He held it for a moment. Then he put it on. The ruby lit up. Not brightly, a slow, steady pulse, once, twice, 3 times, and then settled into a faint warmth that was barely visible. Harry looked at his hand. He searched for the word and settled, eventually, on recognized, which wasn't quite right but was the closest thing available. Harry, Hermione said quietly. She was looking at the books on the shelf. These are written in Old Gaulish with what looks like archaic Latin marginalia. If I'm right about the dates, and I think I am, these predate Hogwarts. Can you read them? Not without a translation charm and a lot of time. She looked at him. But I think we need them. Take them. He turned to Griphook. Can we bring items from the vault? Griphook's expression was professionally neutral. They belong to you. Harry picked up all 3 books and handed them to Hermione, who cradled them with both hands like they might break. He took one more slow circuit of the vault, cataloging and considering, and then he stepped out and let the red stone door close. In the corridor outside, with Griphook a few steps ahead, Hermione fell into step beside him and said quietly, "You're actually going to do it, aren't you?" It wasn't a question. "Yes," he said. "The ritual could kill you. Lots of things could kill me. I've been living with that for 5 years. Harry." She put her hand on his arm and he stopped. She looked at him directly, and he'd known Hermione Granger for 5 years and he knew she was not a person who showed fear easily, but she was showing it now, just around the edges, just enough. "I'm not going to tell you not to do this. I'm not going to pretend I have the right. But I need you to understand what you're asking me to help you build, because once we start this, it doesn't stop." He met her eyes. "I know. Tell me anyway. Tell me what this is actually about." He was quiet for a moment. Around them, the Gringotts tunnels were cool and dark and smelled like old stone, and far above them the magical world was going about its Tuesday morning business without any idea that something underneath it had just shifted. "Sirius died," he said, "because a man who was supposed to be dead was alive, in a world where everyone who should have been paying attention was looking somewhere else. He died in a room that shouldn't exist, built by people who should have been stopped decades ago, because the ministry spent 30 years trading safety for politics." He paused. "My parents died because a man who everyone was too afraid to name built enough power that no one could stop him. And now he's back, and everyone's plan is to keep doing the same thing, give me just enough information to be useful, keep me in the dark about everything else, point me at the problem and hope I survive." He looked at her. "I'm done being pointed. I'm going to do the pointing." Hermione was quiet. "The ritual breaks the old system," he continued. "Not metaphorically. The actual magical infrastructure that gives families like the Malfoys their authority, their Wizengamot seats, their ancestral privileges, the power they've built on blood claims that trace back to those 5 houses, it dissolves. Not the families. Not the people. But the structure. The architecture of inequality that's been running this world since before anyone alive was born. He looked at her steadily. And then I build something else. Something better. She studied him for a long moment. You've thought about this more than you're letting on. I've had 3 weeks of not sleeping well and nothing but time to think. She released his arm. Took a slow breath. All right, she said. Then we do this right. We research the ritual completely. We understand every consequence before you step into that circle. We make sure the foundations you build on are actually better, not just different. Her chin lifted. And we figure out how to do it without you dying, because I will not accept that as an outcome. That's reasonable, he said. It's non-negotiable. He almost smiled again. It was getting easier. We'll need to tell Neville and Luna. Luna already knows. He stopped walking. What? Hermione had the grace to look slightly sheepish. She wrote to me last week. She said, and I'm quoting here, Harry's going to discover something important soon and he's going to need people who aren't frightened of large things. She paused. I didn't know what she meant at the time. I never know what she means at the time, Harry said. And then it's always exactly right. I know. It's extremely annoying. They walked on, back up through the mountain, back toward the marble lobby and the ordinary morning and the world that had no idea yet what was coming. Harry had the Gryffindor ring on his finger, 4 vault keys in his pocket, and a head full of plans that were going to require precision and speed and people he trusted. He had 3 of those things already. The 4th would come. At the entrance to the bank, before they pushed through the great bronze doors into the London morning, Hermione stopped him once more. Harry. One more thing. Yeah. When we walked in here this morning, I thought this was going to be about money. A goblin inheritance audit, some complicated estate law, maybe something to do with Sirius's will. She looked at him with the expression she wore when she was revising her entire understanding of something. You're going to reshape the entire magical world. Yeah, he said. I think so. She was quiet for a moment. Then she straightened her spine, squared her shoulders, and pushed the door open. The London morning came in, bright and noisy and completely indifferent to the fact that the boy who walked out into it was not the same person who'd walked in. Then we'd better not waste time, she said, and stepped into the light. Harry followed her, and the great bronze doors of Gringotts swung shut behind him with a sound like a full stop at the end of a very long sentence. In his pocket, 5 vault keys sat warm against his leg. On his finger, the Gryffindor ring pulsed once, slow, steady, certain, and went still. 12 days. He started counting. Chapter 2, What the Ritual Requires. The books were in Old Gaulish, which Hermione described as manageable, and archaic Latin, which she described as actually fine, and something else entirely in the margins that she stared at for 20 minutes before announcing, with the air of someone who'd been personally offended by a manuscript, that it appeared to be a form of proto-magical notation that predated any written language system she'd ever studied. So the margins are the hard part, Harry said. The margins are written in a language that technically shouldn't exist yet, she said. So yes. The margins are the hard part. They were in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. Harry had made the decision to come here rather than return to Privet Drive for exactly the reasons Ragnarok had implied. Speed mattered now, and Grimmauld Place had the Black Library, which was the most extensive private collection of dark, ancient, and legally questionable magical texts in Britain. Under normal circumstances the Order would have been crawling through the house, but it was a Tuesday afternoon in July and most of the adults had jobs and a war to prepare for and the unshakable belief that Harry Potter was safely contained in Surrey. He'd left a note at Privet Drive that said gone to Hermione's, back by Sunday, which was technically a lie but was also, Harry figured, a fair exchange for 5 years of being kept in the dark about his own life. The kitchen table was covered in books. Hermione had the 3 Gryffindor vault texts spread across one end, her translation work in progress beside them. Harry had found, in the third drawer of Creature's pantry, a small leather-bound index that appeared to catalogue the entire Black library by subject. It was written in Walburga Black's handwriting, precise, furious, somehow both cramped and imposing, and it contained, under the heading Ancestral Rites and Heritage Magic, 11 references that Harry had marked with strips of parchment. Creature brought tea without being asked. He'd been doing that since they arrived, moving around the edges of the kitchen with the quiet efficiency of a very old creature who'd decided, without explanation or preamble, that he was going to be useful. Harry thanked him each time, which seemed to confuse and then, gradually, please the house elf in ways he didn't know how to express. Right, Hermione said, without looking up. I've got the first section of the primary text. It's, Harry, this is extraordinary. This is written by Godric Gryffindor. It's an actual first-hand account. What does it say? Largely a preamble about the nature of ancestral magic, which is, I'm going to summarize because some of it is quite lengthy, essentially arguing that magical inheritance isn't just blood. It's intent. The magic of a founding line carries the character of its founder, not just the power. She tapped her quill against her chin. Which means the rite of convergence isn't just about being descended from 5 lines. It's about embodying them. Harry looked up from the index. Embodying them how? That's what I'm trying to find out. She turned a page with careful hands. But it does explain something that was bothering me. Ragnarok said the ritual requires absolute clarity of intent. Not desire, not even determination, intent. I think that's because the ritual is effectively asking each of the 5 magical inheritances to consent to merging. If any one of them, Peverell, Black, Potter, Gryffindor, Merlin, if any one of those legacies finds the claimant's intent lacking, it doesn't merge. It separates. And if it separates mid-ritual? She met his eyes. Nothing good. Harry nodded and went back to the index. He found what he was looking for on the 8th reference, Rite of Convergence, Theoretical Framework, see also, Volume 12, Black Heritage Archive, Restricted Shelf, Library West Wall, and stood up. I'll be in the library. Don't touch anything that looks back at you, she said, still reading. When have I ever, 3rd year defense against the dark arts, the Hinkapunk incident. That was looking at me, not back at me, there's a difference, library, Harry. The Black library smelled like old paper and dried herbs and something beneath both of those things that Harry had no name for, something mineral and old and faintly electric. It ran the entire western wall of the 2nd floor, floor-to-ceiling shelving in dark wood with a rolling ladder that moved on brass runners, and a single window that let in a narrow column of afternoon light that seemed to illuminate whatever shelf it landed on with unusual specificity, as if the house itself was directing attention. He found Volume 12 in the restricted section, which was behind a locked glass cabinet that responded to the Gryffindor ring rather than to any known unlocking charm. The book was black leather with no title on the spine, thick as a brick and twice as heavy, and when Harry cracked it open the pages were covered in the same proto-magical notation Hermione had identified in the vault texts, but here it was annotated. Someone, over many years and in several different inks, had been working through the original text, adding translations, corrections, arguments in the margins. The most recent annotations were dated 1899. Whoever had been working through this had been at it for generations. Harry sat on the floor with the book in his lap and a translation charm active on his wand and started reading. The charm was imperfect, it handled the Latin and even most of the Gaulish, but stuttered and hiccuped over the proto-notation, giving him approximations rather than direct translations, words that were adjacent to the meaning rather than the meaning itself. It was like reading through frosted glass. But it was enough to get the shape of things. The ritual had 3 stages. The first was the claiming, the simultaneous assumption of all 5 lordship rings, done in a specific sequence that the text described in spatial terms rather than numerical ones, suggesting the order was less about numbers and more about the magical geography of the heir's own inheritance. The sequence would be different for every claimant, because no 2 inheritances were structured the same. The rings themselves would indicate the order when the moment came. The second stage was the weaving, the actual merger, during which the 5 magical lines would attempt to combine inside the living heir. The text described this in terms that the translation charm rendered variously as the joining, the storm inside the blood, and at one point simply the moment when you are briefly every ancestor at once, which Harry read 3 times and then moved on from because thinking about it too hard made his head swim in a way that wasn't useful right now. The third stage was the declaration, and this was the part that sent a slow cold feeling through Harry's chest as he read it. The heir had to speak the names. All 5. Not just claim them silently in his own mind, but speak them aloud in the ancestral seat of the primary house, formally declaring the merged lineage as a new foundation. This was the part that dissolved the old structure. Every pureblood family that had built their Wizengamot authority on connection to any of those 5 lines, through marriage, through allegiance, through the complicated web of magical feudalism that ran underneath the modern ministry like old plumbing, would feel it immediately. Not violently. Not like an attack. More like a key being turned in a lock they'd forgotten was holding something shut. The foundations would shift. Their claimed power would be returned to the source. To Harry. He sat with that for a moment. He thought about the Malfoys. About Lucius Malfoy standing in Borgin and Berks while 12-year-old Harry hid in a cabinet, speaking about the Dark Lord's return with the easy comfort of a man who'd never once been held accountable for anything he'd believed. About Draco's face at Hogwarts, the casual cruelty that came from never having been told no by anyone with the power to mean it. About every ministry official who'd spent the last year calling Harry a liar and the prophet while Voldemort rebuilt his army. He thought about Sirius, who'd spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit, because the people with the power to investigate hadn't wanted to bother. He thought about his mother, a Muggle-born witch whose magic turned out to trace back further than any of the families who'd sneered at her for not having the right blood. He closed the book and sat in the dusty light of the Black Library and felt the Gryffindor ring warm on his finger, and what he felt wasn't anger, exactly. Anger was too hot and too directionless. What he felt was more like settling, like something that had been out of alignment clicking into its proper position. He stood up, tucked the book under his arm, and went back to the kitchen. Neville arrived at 6 in the evening. Harry hadn't sent for him, Hermione had, while Harry was in the library, with a note that said Grimmauld Place, urgent, tell no one, bring yourself and whatever courage you have spare. She showed it to Harry afterward with a slightly defiant expression, and he just nodded, because she was right. They needed Neville, and waiting was inefficient. He arrived through the Floo looking slightly windswept and carrying a pot of some plant Harry didn't recognize, which he set carefully on the kitchen windowsill before turning around to survey the table covered in ancient books, the translation parchment spread across every available surface, Harry with the Black Library volume open in front of him, and Hermione with ink on her chin that she hadn't noticed. Neville took all of this in with the steady, unhurried attention that had become his default mode somewhere between the Department of Mysteries and the present. He'd changed, this past year. Not dramatically, not in any way that anyone who wasn't paying close attention would have noticed. But Harry was paying attention, and what he saw in Neville now was a person who had discovered that he was braver than he'd been told, and was quietly furious about all the time he'd lost believing otherwise. "All right," Neville said. "What are we doing?" Harry told him. He went through all of it, Gringotts, Ragnarok, the 5 Lordships, the rite of convergence, what the ritual did and what it meant for the structure of the magical world. He told it plainly, without theater, and he watched Neville's face as he did. Neville didn't interrupt. Didn't express shock or doubt or that particular form of nervous excitement that Ron would have shown, that combination of amazement and fear of the implications. He listened with his hands flat on the table and his eyes steady on Harry's face, and when Harry finished, he was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "My grand's family traces back to the Black Line. Through my grandfather's mother." "I know," Harry said. "The Longbottoms will lose their Wizengamot seat." Neville's jaw tightened, very briefly. "Good," he said. Then, at whatever expression crossed Harry's face, "She's spent 40 years using that seat to vote for legislation that protected families like the Malfoys. I watched her do it my entire childhood. She'd call it tradition. His voice was even. It's not tradition. It's rot dressed up in robes. He picked up a translation parchment and looked at it. What do you need me to do? Harry looked at him for a moment. Then, you know more about wizarding family law than either of us. The mechanics of Wizengamot seats, the inheritance structures, the feudal connections. We need to map out exactly which families draw authority from which lines, so we know the full scope of what shifts when the ritual completes. Neville nodded slowly. That's a significant research project. We have 12 days. Right. He pulled a chair out and sat down. I'll need parchment. A lot of it. Hermione handed him an entire roll without looking up from her translation. He took it. They settled into working silence, and it was the kind of silence that felt productive rather than empty, three people doing separate pieces of the same puzzle in the same room. Luna arrived at 8. She didn't come through the flue or knock at the door. She simply appeared in the kitchen doorway, wearing pale yellow robes and carrying a wicker basket, looking entirely unsurprised by the organized chaos of the room. I brought food, she said, because you've all forgotten to eat, and also because I needed to come anyway. She set the basket on the counter and turned to look at Harry with those wide, silver-gray eyes that always made him feel slightly like she was reading something written on the inside of his skull. Hello, Harry. You found out, then. You knew. I knew you were going to know soon. She began unpacking the basket, sandwiches, fruit, a flask of something that smelled like peppermint tea. There's a difference. I don't see the future. I see the shape of things. The shapes around you have been changing for weeks. She looked at the Gryffindor ring on his finger. Oh, that's lovely. It's very warm. You can see it. I can see what it does to the air around your hand. The way it reaches. She tilted her head. Like a tree that's been waiting a long time to put down roots. Harry had no idea what that meant and also felt it was completely accurate. He took a sandwich. Luna sat at the corner of the table, folded her hands in her lap, and said, You should know that Draco Malfoy has been watching Grimmauld Place. The room went still. Since when? Harry asked. He arrived this afternoon, shortly after you did. He's in a glamored position across the street. I noticed him when I came in. The glamour is a standard ministry-grade distortion field, but his shoes are distinctive. She ate a piece of fruit with serene calm. I believe he followed you from Gringotts. Harry looked at Hermione. She looked back at him with an expression that said I told you we should have taken polyjuice. Is he reporting to his father? Neville asked. I don't know. But he hasn't sent a Patronus or any visible communication since he arrived. Luna paused. Which suggests to me that he's watching because he wants to know, not because someone told him to watch. There's a difference in the way people carry surveillance when it's ordered versus when it's chosen. Luna, Hermione said slowly, how do you know what surveillance looks like? Luna smiled, gentle and entirely unreadable. My father publishes a magazine that tells uncomfortable truths. I've had people watching our house since I was 9. She ate another piece of fruit. Draco is conflicted. He found out something at Gringotts, possibly the same thing you found out, or adjacent to it, and he's scared. He's always scared, Harry said. Yes, but usually he performs certainty on top of it. Tonight there's no performance. She looked at Harry steadily. I'm not suggesting you trust him. I'm suggesting you account for him. Harry ate his sandwich and thought about Draco Malfoy standing in the dark across the street in glamoured shoes, watching a house full of people he'd spent 5 years despising, and feeling scared enough to stay anyway. He filed it. He'd deal with it when it became necessary. At 11 o'clock, when Neville had covered 4 full sheets of parchment with family trees and interconnected lineage maps and Hermione had finished the first of the 3 Gryffindor vault texts and was 3/4 through the second, Harry spread Neville's maps across the center of the table and they all looked at them together. The scope of it was something else. Neville had drawn it with the methodical care of someone who'd grown up being told family trees were sacred documents, which meant he'd been thorough in ways Harry couldn't have managed. Every major pureblood family, and every minor one with any Wizengamot presence, was mapped, with their ancestral line connections color-coded in 4 different inks. Red for Gryffindor, gold for Peverell, black for Black, blue for Potter, and green for Merlin. Almost every family had at least one colored line through them. Some had 3. The Wizengamot, Hermione said quietly, tracing a finger along a cluster of names, is structurally built on these 5 foundations. Remove them and, Neville, how many seats would be affected? Directly. 17 seats lose their primary legitimating claim. Another 8 lose secondary ones. He pointed at a cluster near the top. The Malfoys are the worst case. Lucius holds a seat that connects to the Black line through his marriage to Narcissa, a Gryffindor secondary connection through his own family's historical allegiance, and a Peverell tertiary through an old land grant. Neville looked up. He essentially holds a chair that's sitting on 3 of the 5 pillars. When the ritual completes, he has nothing. He'll know that, Harry said. He's clever enough to have worked it out the moment he heard about the audit. Which means he already knows he's running out of time, Hermione said. And that he'll start moving soon. Harry straightened up from the table. How soon can we get ready? The ritual research isn't finished, Hermione said immediately. I need at least 3 more days to fully understand the weaving stage, and I won't let you step into that circle without understanding what happens to your nervous system when 5 magical inheritances attempt to. 3 days, Harry said. Then what? She exhaled. Then we know enough. Then we prepare the site. She looked at the map. The ancestral seat of the primary house. The Potters, where is the ancestral seat? Neville pointed at his map. Potter's ancestral seat is Godric's Hollow. The house there, your parents' house, Harry, the cottage, that's not the original seat. The original Potter estate is about 2 miles east of the village, in the valley. He paused delicately. It's been sealed for 14 years. Nobody's been inside since your parents died. The table was quiet. I know about it, Harry said. He'd found it in the vault records that afternoon. A property called Peverell's Rise, which was a name he now understood entirely differently than he would have that morning. We'll go there on day 7. I want 4 days to prepare before the convergence night. What do we do about the order? Neville asked. Not challenging, just accounting. Harry had been thinking about this. The Order of the Phoenix were, most of them, good people who loved him in the particular way that people love someone they're also using, the way you love a tool you'd be devastated to lose. Dumbledore was the most brilliant man Harry had ever encountered and also someone who had made every significant decision of Harry's life for him, with the absolute conviction that he knew best. Harry didn't hate him for it. He understood it, actually. But understanding something and accepting it as permanent were different things. We don't tell them yet, he said. Not because I don't trust them. But because if they know, they'll try to slow it down. They'll call it rash, or dangerous, or something that needs to be discussed by the full order, which means Dumbledore decides. He looked around the table at the 3 of them. This isn't a group decision. It's my inheritance. I'm claiming it. When it's done, they'll know. Dumbledore will be furious, Neville said. Probably. Are you worried about that? Harry considered the question honestly, the way you could when the person asking it wasn't going to use your answer against you. No, he said. I'm not. Neville nodded, apparently satisfied. Luna, who had been quiet for the last hour, eating the rest of the fruit from the basket and reading one of Neville's completed lineage maps with the calm interest of someone reading a mildly engaging novel, looked up and said, "There's one more thing." What? The ritual dissolves the old authority structure. But the old authority structure is also what holds several older protective enchantments in place. Bloodline wards on certain properties. Ancestral contracts. Some of them are protections for ordinary people, not just purebloods. She folded the map with neat, precise creases. When you declare the new foundation, you'll need to explicitly renew those protections under your authority, or they'll simply collapse. Her eyes met Harry's. It won't happen automatically. You'll need to speak it into the declaration. How do you know that? Hermione asked, not skeptically, just genuinely. My father published an article about it in 1993. Nobody read it because it was in the same issue as a piece about a new kind of snorkack behavior, so people assumed it was also speculative. She paused. It wasn't. Hermione immediately reached for her notebook. Harry looked at Luna for a moment, this small, strange, effortlessly perceptive person who'd been telling useful truths in sideways shapes since the day he'd met her, who'd fought at the Department of Mysteries and barely mentioned it afterward, who'd shown up tonight with food and critical information and named Draco Malfoy from across a street in the dark, and felt a wash of something that was almost protective except backwards, the feeling you get when you realize someone you thought might need protecting is actually, quietly, already fine. Thank you, he said. She smiled. I know. At some point after midnight, Neville fell asleep on the sofa in the drawing room, his lineage map still held loosely in his hand. Luna was in the armchair by the window, reading the Black Library Index with her feet tucked under her, entirely awake in the manner of someone who kept their own hours. Harry stood at the kitchen window with a cup of tea that had gone cold, looking at the dark street outside. The glamoured figure across the road was still there. He could just make it out, a still point in the ordinary darkness, too consistently located to be anything but deliberate. Draco Malfoy. Watching. Harry thought about what Luna had said. He's scared. He thought about what Ragnarok had said. The Wizengamot will move against you within 48 hours. He thought about Lucius Malfoy, and the audit, and the question of who else Gringotts might have notified. Gringotts had sent a letter to him. But there were other parties withstanding, the existing seat holders, some of whom would have their own accounts and their own relationships with their account managers. Some of them might have been told that a significant inheritance audit was underway. Not the details. But enough to start asking questions. Lucius was clever enough to have gotten to his Gringotts account manager before the end of the day. Which meant Lucius might already know. Harry pulled on his cloak, not the invisibility cloak, just his regular one, and went down to the front door. He opened it quietly and stepped out into the night air, and walked across the street. He stopped about 6 feet from where the glamour was and said, quietly, "You can come out, Draco. Your shoes are distinctive." A long pause. Then the glamour dropped. Draco Malfoy looked different. He was still recognizably himself, the sharp face and pale hair and the bearing that came from being raised to believe he was important. But there was something underneath that bearing tonight that Harry had never seen before. Not quite fear, Harry could have managed. This was worse. This was uncertainty, genuine and raw, and Draco Malfoy had no idea what to do with it. He looked at Harry across 6 feet of dark London Street and said nothing for a moment. Then, "What did Ragnarok tell you?" "Quite a lot," Harry said. "What did your account manager tell you?" Draco's jaw tightened. "That there was a significant inheritance audit underway affecting several family lines. Including mine." He paused. "Including mine through the Black connection." "Your mother's line." "Yes." Harry waited. The street was quiet around them. Somewhere distant, a car moved through the night, its lights sweeping briefly across the houses. "My father knows," Draco said. It came out flat, like a fact being reported. "He contacted his own sources at the ministry by this afternoon. He doesn't know the full scope yet. But he knows enough to start moving." He looked at Harry with an expression that had shed most of its usual architecture, the sneer, the performance, the studied contempt. What was underneath was just a 17-year-old boy standing in the dark with information he didn't know what to do with. "He's going to try to stop you. I know. He'll go after you through the ministry first. He has 3 people in the Wizengamot who owe him favors significant enough that they'd vote to block an inheritance claim on procedural grounds. He paused. And he has someone inside the DMLE who will make sure any protective investigation opens too slowly to matter. Harry studied him. Why are you telling me this? The silence stretched long enough that Harry thought Draco might not answer. Then he said, very quietly, because my mother's name is Narcissa Black, and if the Black line is claimed by you, then the Black name still means something. Even if it means something different than it used to. He looked away, toward the dark houses. She doesn't agree with everything my father does. She never has. He stopped. Tried again. She chose to stay. But choosing to stay is different from agreeing. Harry thought about Narcissa Malfoy, whom he'd met exactly once, at Madame Malkin's, and remembered thinking she looked like someone who had done a great deal of staying. I'm not doing this to protect your family, Harry said. I want to be clear about that. I know. But I'm not doing it to destroy your mother either. The ritual dissolves power structures, not people. My father won't see the distinction. No, Harry agreed. He won't. Draco looked at him then, directly, and there was something in the look that was very close to the way Neville had looked at him across the kitchen table, that quality of assessment, of someone figuring out where they actually stood in relation to the situation and deciding honestly rather than politically. Don't let him slow you down, Draco said. Whatever he does in the next 12 days. Don't let him buy enough time to build a counterclaim. He stepped back. That's all I came to say. He started to turn away. Draco. He stopped. Tell your mother, Harry said, that the Black legacy is in good hands. If she wants to know more than that, she can write to me directly. Draco stood very still for a moment. Then he nodded, once, and walked away into the night without looking back. Harry stood in the dark street and watched him go and thought about what you do when your enemy gives you accurate intelligence out of something that's almost loyalty, directed at someone who isn't you, and what that means about the lines between enemy and everything more complicated than enemy. Then he went back inside. Hermione was still at the table when he came into the kitchen, still working, though she'd made fresh tea at some point and there was a second cup waiting for him on the table. She looked up when he came in. Well, she said. We need to move on the ministry contact sooner than I thought. He sat down and picked up the tea. Lucius knows something. Not everything, but enough. He'll try to use the Wizengamot to block the inheritance claim on procedural grounds. Can he? Not if we do it right. We go to the Wizengamot ourselves. Formally. Before he can. He looked at her. We claim the seats publicly first. Make it a matter of record before he can build a procedural wall. That would mean going to the Wizengamot before the ritual. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. That's a completely different kind of move than the ritual. That's political combat, Harry. In a room full of people who've spent 40 years building exactly the power structure you're about to dismantle. I know. You'd be announcing yourself. Every person in that room with something to lose would know exactly what you were doing. Good, he said. Then they'll spend their time defending instead of attacking. Lucius can't build a counterclaim if he's already on his back foot. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she picked up her quill and turned to a fresh sheet of parchment. The Wizengamot formal session is in 3 days. Thursday. She started writing. I'll draft the petition for formal recognition of all 5 lordship claims tonight. We'll need it filed by Wednesday morning to get you on the Thursday agenda. She didn't look up. It'll need to be watertight. Every precedent, every procedural citation, every historical reference. They'll look for any gap. Can you do it? She looked up at him then, briefly, with the expression she wore when people asked if she could do things that were well within her considerable capability. Don't be insulting, she said, and went back to writing. Harry smiled, and for the first time since he'd opened a letter on a rooftop in Surrey and read the word Lord in front of his own name, something in his chest settled into something that felt almost like readiness. 10 days left. He opened volume 12 of the Black Heritage Archive and went back to work. Chapter 3, The Lord Speaks. The Wizengamot met in a circular chamber beneath the Ministry of Magic that smelled like old stone and older politics. Harry had been in it once before, in the chair in the middle, at 15, looking up at faces arranged in rows like a jury that had already decided. He remembered the feeling of it, the deliberate architecture of it, the way the room was designed to make the person in the center feel small. He walked in on Thursday morning and felt nothing of the sort. He was wearing dress robes he'd found in the Black family wardrobe, dark charcoal, well cut, old enough to carry weight but not so old as to look like costume. Creature had pressed them without being asked. On his right hand he wore the Gryffindor ring. The other 4 rings, Potter, Black, Peverell, Merlin, were in a small pouch at his hip, because wearing all 5 simultaneously before the ritual would announce too much too soon. The Gryffindor ring was enough for today. More than enough. Hermione walked beside him, carrying a leather satchel that contained her petition and 43 pages of supporting documentation that she'd finished at 3 in the morning and then revised again at 6. She was dressed formally, her hair pinned back, her expression the one she wore during exams, not nervous, exactly, but calibrated, all excess emotion directed inward and converted into focus. Neville was on Harry's other side. He'd arrived at Grimmauld Place at 7 in the morning with fresh lineage maps, a full breakfast that he'd somehow produced in the unfamiliar kitchen, and the information that his grandmother had received an urgent flu call from Lucius Malfoy the night before and had spent this morning in an emergency family consultation. "What did you tell her?" Harry asked. "I told her I had prior commitments," Neville said, and his voice was entirely pleasant about it in the specific way that meant it wasn't pleasant at all. Luna had declined to come to the Wizengamot. "I'd only distract them," she'd said, which Harry suspected was true but not for the reasons she implied. She'd spent the previous night finishing the translation work on the Merlin lineage documents from the Gringotts vault and had left a 6-page summary on the kitchen table before dawn, neat and complete and annotated with observations that were going to require a separate conversation. They'd left her cross-referencing the declaration component of the ritual with the ancestral protection records, which was exactly where Harry needed her. The petition had been filed at 8:30 Wednesday morning. By noon, 3 people had tried to have it removed from the Thursday agenda on procedural grounds. All 3 attempts had failed because Hermione had anticipated each one and preemptively cited the relevant counter-precedents in the original document. Harry had been there for that part, watching a ministry clerk read through the document with increasing discomfort, and had thought that watching Hermione work when she was genuinely motivated was one of the more impressive things he'd ever seen. The session was due to start at 10. They were early. The Wizengamot members were filing in when they entered, 47 people in plum-colored robes, the formal court robes of the wizarding legislature, finding their seats in the tiered rows with the slightly jostling efficiency of people who'd done this many times. The noise of it was low and thick, conversation moving between seats, and when Harry walked through the door with his 2 companions that conversation broke apart and reformed in a different key. He didn't look for specific faces. He let himself be seen and kept walking. He found their seats, 3 chairs arranged on the floor of the chamber, facing the raised tiers, the same configuration he'd been in at 15 but with 2 fundamental differences. First, he had chairs. Second, he'd asked for them. He sat. Hermione set the satchel on the ground at her feet. Neville sat with his hands on his knees and his back straight and looked directly ahead at the assembled Wizengamot with the expression of someone who had grown up watching these people and had updated his opinion of them significantly. Lucius Malfoy was in the 3rd row, left side, exactly where Harry had expected him to be. He was wearing his formal robes with a silver Wizengamot badge that caught the light, and his face was the face he always wore in professional settings, composed, measured, a very precise distance from actually expressing anything. He was watching Harry with the particular attention of a man who had spent his career reading rooms and was currently reading this one very carefully. Their eyes met. Harry held the look for 2 seconds, nodded once, the minimal acknowledgement of someone who has no particular feeling about someone else's presence, and looked away. He heard, rather than saw, the very small shift in posture that followed. The chief warlock was Cornelius Fudge's appointment, a man named Horatio Griggs who had the look of someone promoted slightly past the boundary of his own competence and was managing it through rigid proceduralism. He called the session to order with the kind of authority that comes not from presence but from gavel. "The first item on today's session agenda," Griggs said, reading from a parchment, "is a formal petition for recognition of noble lordship claims, filed Wednesday at 8:30 by 1, he paused almost imperceptibly, Harrison James Potter. The petition requests formal Wizengamot recognition of 5 simultaneous lordship claims, Potter, Black, Peverell, Gryffindor, and, another pause, slightly longer, Merlin." The chamber's ambient noise changed. Harry had expected something: surprise, reaction, the shift in temperature that a room undergoes when something lands in it that changes the pressure. What he hadn't quite anticipated was the quality of the silence that followed. It was the silence of 47 people recalibrating simultaneously. "The petitioner may address the chamber," Griggs said, in a tone that suggested he wished the petitioner might instead consider not doing that. Harry stood. He didn't think about what he was going to say. He'd made that decision the night before. He wasn't going to give a speech. Speeches were for people who needed to convince. He wasn't here to convince anyone of anything. He was here to state facts and let people do their own recalibrating. "I'm going to keep this brief," he said, "because the documentation covers everything in detail and I trust you'll all read it." He looked around the chamber, not singling anyone out, addressing the room as a whole with the particular quality of attention that makes people feel individually met. "Gringotts conducted a full inheritance audit following the death of my godfather, Sirius Black. The audit confirmed 5 active lordship claims converging in my person. The petition you've been provided documents each lineage trace, the goblin authentication of each claim, and the relevant precedents for formal Wizengamot recognition." He paused. "I'm not requesting recognition as a courtesy. I'm notifying the chamber that recognition is appropriate and that the relevant documentation supports it. I'll take questions." He sat down. The silence held for another beat. Then Lucius Malfoy said, "Chief Warlock, I'd like to raise a point of procedure." Griggs looked almost relieved. "Lord Malfoy." Lucius rose with the ease of a man who'd stood up in this chamber 300 times and knew exactly how much room his presence took up in it. "The petition includes claims of extraordinary breadth, 5 simultaneous lordships, including 2 of somewhat," he paused delicately, "speculative lineage. The Merlin claim in particular. The chamber is being asked to formally recognize a descent from a figure who is, to say the least, historically contested." He looked at Harry across the chamber with an expression of almost paternal concern that was so precisely crafted Harry almost admired it. "I don't doubt Mr. Potter's sincerity. But sincerity is not sufficient foundation for recognition of this magnitude. We would require independent verification beyond goblin authentication, a full genealogical commission, and a waiting period of no less than 6 months while the Lord Malfoy." Hermione stood. She didn't wait to be acknowledged. In the startled moment before Griggs could object, she said, "With respect, the procedure you're describing is Wizengamot Code Section 12, which applies to disputed claims of uncertain lineage. The petition filed by Lord Potter," she used the title with precise deliberation, watching several people react to it, "has been authenticated by Gringotts under Goblin Accord Article 17, which supersedes Wizengamot Code Section 12 under the 1792 Treaty of Banking Accord, to which this body is a signatory." She opened her satchel and began distributing copies to the nearest members, which she'd apparently prepared in advance. Page 11 of the petition, footnote 9. Lucius looked at her. His expression hadn't changed. That was the tell. When Lucius Malfoy's expression stayed exactly the same, it was because he was choosing not to let it change. "Miss Granger," he said, "is not a member of this chamber." "No," Harry said, "but I am. Or rather, I will be, 5 times over, once you process the petition." Which you're required to do within 10 days of filing under Section 7, which Miss Granger has also cited. He looked at Griggs. Chief Warlock, I'd like the formal recognition process to begin today, on the record. Any member who wishes to dispute the lineage documentation is welcome to file a counterpetition. The treaty precedent is clear on how that process runs, and I'm confident in the outcome. Griggs looked at his parchment. Looked at Lucius. Looked at Harry. He was the kind of man who read rooms politically, that was how he'd survived in this position, and what he was reading right now was a room that had shifted enough in the last 5 minutes that several of the safer bets had changed. The formal recognition process will be entered into the record, he said carefully. Lord, that is, the petitioner's claims will be reviewed under the treaty provisions as cited. A determination will be issued within the 10-day period. Thank you, Harry said. The session moved on to other business that Harry had no interest in, which gave him 40 minutes to sit and observe while Neville periodically leaned close and named people and their affiliations in a quiet murmur, and Hermione made notes with the speed of someone compiling a strategic document in real time. 3 separate people voted against a trade regulation amendment that Harry was fairly certain they'd have voted for if Lucius hadn't spent the adjournment break speaking to each of them for approximately 90 seconds. He watched Lucius work the room during the break, unhurried, never appearing to lobby, just standing in the right place at the right time and saying the right thing in the right ear. He was extraordinarily good at it. Harry watched him the way you'd watch someone perform a complicated piece of music, with genuine appreciation for the craft entirely separate from the question of what the music was being used for. Amelia Bones was sitting in the 4th row, right side, with the upright posture and unrevealing expression of someone who had decided to think about everything she'd seen today before she reacted to any of it. She was the head of the DMLE, sharp-minded, and one of the few people in the ministry who Harry knew had voted against the educational decrees last year on principle rather than politics. She hadn't spoken during the session. But she'd been watching Harry with the focused attention of someone conducting a silent assessment. When the session ended and people were filing out, she found him at the door. Mr. Potter, she said. Up close she was shorter than she looked from the tiered rows, with grey-streaked hair and eyes that were doing several things simultaneously. Or is it Lord Potter now? Either works, he said. You managed to file that petition without anyone in the order noticing. Not accusatory. Observational. I'm 17, he said. People keep underestimating how much I can organize on my own. Her mouth shifted into something that was almost a smile. I noticed. She glanced at Hermione, who was reorganizing her satchel nearby. The treaty precedent was well chosen. Malfoy's counter-move was predictable and she had it blocked before he finished the sentence. She looked back at Harry. Who prepared that? We both did, Harry said. Bones studied him for another moment. You understand what you've started today? Yes. Lucius Malfoy will not stop at counterpetitions. He has assets in this building that go beyond formal procedure. I'm aware. And you're not, she paused, chose her word carefully, concerned. Harry thought about how to answer that honestly without either performing confidence or performing humility, both of which felt like lies. Concerned implies I'm not sure how it plays out, he said. I am sure. What I feel is something more like focus. She looked at him for a long, measuring moment. Then she said, if you find something, through your estate research, your vault access, whatever else Ragnarok showed you, that touches on ministry corruption. Specifically, actionable evidence of specific individuals. She paused. Bring it to me first. Before you do anything with it publicly. Why? Because I can move faster inside this building than you can from outside it, if I have grounds. Her voice was even. And because I've been wanting grounds for a long time. Harry considered her. Thought about Draco in the dark street telling him about a DMLE source that Lucius controlled. Thought about what Luna had said about accounting for things rather than trusting or distrusting them. If I find anything like that, he said, I'll be in touch. She nodded, precise and brief, and walked away through the thinning crowd. Lucius found Harry near the lifts. He didn't approach with urgency or drama, he simply appeared at Harry's shoulder with the unhurried quality of someone who had timed it carefully, and fell into step beside him as if this had been arranged in advance. "Lord Potter," he said, trying out the title with the careful neutrality of a man who has decided to adapt to a new fact without conceding anything about his feelings regarding it. "Lord Malfoy," Harry said. "You've made rather an entrance." "I filed paperwork." "It's quite boring, really." The ghost of something crossed Lucius's face. He was recalibrating, Harry could feel it, the old approach, the careful condescension, the management of a teenager who could be handled, none of that applied anymore, and Lucius was sharp enough to know it immediately. He was switching modes in real time, which was impressive in a way Harry acknowledged privately and intended to use. "You're an intelligent young man," Lucius said. "Which is why I think you understand that the claims you've made today, however well documented, have implications that extend beyond your immediate interests. There are institutions that depend on the stability of, you mean your seat," Harry said pleasantly. "And the 11 other Wizengamot seats that draw legitimate authority from the 5 lines I've just claimed." Lucius was quiet for exactly the right amount of time. Not surprised, Lucius Malfoy was past surprise, but recalculating. The interpretation of ancestral line inheritance law is a complex field. A formal review would establish, what it would establish, Harry said, still pleasant, still walking, is exactly what Gringotts has already established. The difference is time, and you know it. He pressed the lift button. "I'm not interested in negotiating the timeline, Lord Malfoy. But I'll tell you what I am interested in, not punishing people for what they inherited. The ritual I'm planning doesn't harm individuals. It corrects a structural imbalance. The families that lose their auxiliary claims can rebuild through legitimate means." He glanced at Lucius sideways. "Unless they'd rather spend the next 10 days fighting a losing battle and give me less reason to be generous afterward." The lift arrived. Harry stepped in. Hermione and Neville followed. Lucius stood outside the lift doors, and for the first time Harry saw him without the performance, just a man, brilliant and adaptable and genuinely dangerous, looking at a situation that had moved beyond his control and deciding what his next move was going to be. "Generous," Lucius said. "That's an interesting word from someone who's planning to dissolve the foundations of 40 families." "Generous," Harry confirmed. "For now." He looked at Lucius steadily as the lift doors began to close. "Ask your wife about the Black Legacy, Lord Malfoy. See what she tells you." The doors shut. The lift moved. Neville let out a long, slow breath. "That was, don't," Hermione said. "He's going to be twice as dangerous now." "I know," Harry said. "Good." She turned to look at him. "You want him reactive. I want him moving fast. Fast people make mistakes." He leaned back against the lift wall. "He's been playing a long game his entire life. He's not built for urgency. Push him hard enough and he'll reach for tools that leave marks. And when he does, Bones gets her grounds," Harry said. Hermione was quiet for a moment. "Then, when did you become this?" She gestured at him generally. "This what?" "This. All of this." She sounded genuinely curious, not critical. "I had a lot of time on a rooftop in Surrey," he said. The lift reached the atrium. Outside the ministry, in the grey London morning, they crossed the street toward the telephone box exit, and Harry felt the Gryffindor ring pulse on his finger, that same slow, steady rhythm it had kept since the moment he put it on, like a second heartbeat running deeper than his own. He'd stopped noticing it the way you stop noticing your own heartbeat, which was either reassuring or concerning, and he decided to treat it as the former. His Patronus arrived before they made it halfway across the street. The silver stag appeared from the direction of Diagon Alley, bright in the grey morning, and stopped in front of him with the quality of waiting that patron muses carried when they were carrying someone else's message. Then it opened its mouth and Dumbledore's voice came out, measured and warm and carrying the particular weight of someone who was not as calm as they sounded. Harry. I have become aware that you have filed a petition with the Wizengamot. I think it would be very beneficial for us to meet this afternoon, at your convenience. Yours, Albus. The stag dissolved. Harry looked at it disappearing for a moment, then looked at Hermione. She was watching him with the expression she'd worn since Tuesday morning, that careful, assessing look, checking where he was. Are you going to go? She asked. He thought about Dumbledore. Thought about everything the man was and everything he'd done, and the fact that most of it came from a genuine belief that he was protecting people, and the fact that that belief was also exactly how you ended up with a 16-year-old boy finding out his entire life had been managed by one very clever old man. He thought about the Department of Mysteries and Sirius falling through a curtain, and the way Dumbledore had looked afterward, not victorious, not even grief-stricken in a clean way, but waited, the way someone looks when they've been carrying something for so long that even the bad outcome brings a fraction of relief. Not today, he said. He sent his own Patronus back, the stag forming from his wand tip with a confidence that still surprised him sometimes, silver and certain, with the message, I appreciate you reaching out. I'm planning to come see you, but I need a few more days first. There are things I need to understand before we talk. I'll explain everything when we meet. Harry. He watched it go. Then he looked at Hermione and Neville. We need to go back to Grimmauld Place. I want to start the site preparation research tonight. Peverell's Rise, Neville said. We need to know what state the wards are in. What we'll need to repair or rebuild before the ritual. He started walking. And I want to start on the declaration wording. Luna's note said the language has to be specific, what we include in the declaration is what gets protected when the structure dissolves. I'm not leaving any gaps. That's the most complicated part, Hermione said, keeping pace. The declaration language is effectively rewriting 3 centuries of ancestral contract law in a single spoken document. Good thing you read quickly. She made a sound that might have been a laugh under different circumstances. You're going to owe me an enormous amount of something after this. I know. What do you want? She thought about it for half a street. A week where nothing dangerous happens. I'll see what I can do. A week, Harry. That's all I'm asking. 7 consecutive days of, I heard you. Just checking. By the time they reached Grimmauld Place, 3 things had happened. The first was that the Daily Prophet had gotten hold of the story, not the full petition, but the outline, enough for a front page that read Boy Who Lived Claims Ancient Lordships, Wizengamot in Turmoil in a headline that was half accurate and entirely dramatic. The article itself was sloppy, clearly written in a hurry from partial information, but its existence meant the story was public now, which was faster than Harry had expected. The second was that Creature had tea ready and a fire lit in the kitchen and, inexplicably, had reorganized all of Harry's research into a more logical order on the table, with the Black Library volumes stacked separately from the Gringotts texts and Neville's lineage maps pinned carefully to the wall with permanent sticking charms, which was both helpful and somewhat touching. The third was that Ginny Weasley was sitting in the kitchen. She was at the table with a cup of tea and a copy of the Prophet, which she set down when they came in. She looked at Harry for a moment with the particular quality that Ginny Weasley had always had, direct, unimpressed by his reputation either way, which had always been one of the things he liked best about her. Long morning, she said. How did you know we were here? Harry asked. Luna told me. She glanced at Neville and Hermione. She owed me 2 days ago. Said Harry was doing something significant and it would help to have someone around who wasn't afraid of large things. She held up her hand before anyone said anything. I'm not here as an order informant. Mum doesn't know I'm in London. Ron doesn't know. And I haven't told Fred and George, which honestly took more willpower than anything else. She looked at Harry. What's the actual plan? Harry sat down across from her. He hadn't thought about Ginny in the context of this, not because she didn't matter, but because his thinking had been moving so fast in specific channels that he hadn't expanded it outward. But sitting across from her now, looking at her steady brown eyes and the practical set of her expression, he thought about the Department of Mysteries, where she'd fought with a cracked ankle and told nobody until afterward. He thought about the DA, where she'd learned to produce a full Patronus at 15. He told her everything, the same way he'd told Neville. He watched her face while he did. She didn't interrupt, didn't perform reactions, just listened with the same quality of focused attention that the best people had, the kind that made the person talking feel genuinely received rather than endured. When he finished, she picked up her tea. So the ritual's in 9 days. 9 days. And before that you need to prepare the site, finalize the declaration wording, figure out the ring sequence for the claiming stage, and keep Lucius Malfoy from stalling the process long enough to build a legal obstruction. She sipped her tea. What's the biggest unknown? The weaving stage, Hermione said from across the table, where she'd immediately begun working again. We don't fully understand what happens to Harry's magical system when 5 inheritances attempt to merge simultaneously. We know it's survivable in theory. We don't know the variables that determine. The Peverell Vault has a healer's text, Ginny said. Specifically about high-level magical saturation and inheritance shock. I know because my dad did a study of it 4 years ago for the Ministry's Department of Mysteries archive. He mentioned it at dinner and I was the only one who remembered because everyone else was talking about the Chudley cannons. She looked at Harry. You need that text. Harry looked at her. How do you know the Peverell Vault has it? Because the text is listed as a Peverell family property in the Inheritance Registry of 1743, which is a public document. She raised an eyebrow. I've been doing my own reading since Luna wrote. She told you enough for that? She told me, Harry's heritage is larger than 5 centuries and he's going to need to understand what it does to a body. That was enough to start. Harry thought, not for the first time, that Luna communicated in a frequency that most people couldn't receive but that Ginny somehow always managed to tune into. We go to Gringotts for the Peverell Vault text tomorrow morning, he said. And I'll start on the declaration wording tonight, Hermione said. Cross-referenced with Luna's protection notes. I'll update the lineage maps, Neville said, already reaching for parchment. I need to account for the property claims too, not just the Wizengamot seats. Harry looked around the table at the 4 of them, Hermione already writing, Neville unrolling fresh parchment, Ginny opening the prophet to the article and reading it with a critical expression, and felt something settle in his chest that was solid and sure. This was it. This was the foundation. Not the Lordships, not the ritual, not the 5 rings. This. People who showed up. He picked up volume 12 and opened it to the declaration chapter. The light from the kitchen window fell across the old pages, and outside London moved around them, and somewhere across the city Lucius Malfoy was making his next move, and somewhere further Dumbledore was sitting with a message from Harry and deciding what he thought about it, and in 9 days the magical world was going to change fundamentally and permanently. Harry started reading. The ring pulsed on his finger, warm and steady. He didn't look up. Chapter 4, Convergence. Night. Peverell's Rise stood in a shallow valley 2 miles east of Godric's Hollow, invisible from the road, invisible from the air, invisible in the particular way that very old magical properties became invisible when they'd been sealed long enough, not hidden exactly, but absent, a gap in the world's attention where something significant used to be. Harry found it on the 6th day by walking directly toward where the map said it should be and trusting the Gryffindor ring, which had been pulling faintly eastward since the moment they'd arrived in Godric's Hollow village. Like a compass that pointed at something more specific than north. The others felt the boundary when they hit it, a wall of compressed stillness, the kind that made your ears pop and your magic stir uneasily. Hermione described it as the most complex layered ward structure she'd ever encountered. Neville said it felt like a sleeping animal. Ginny said nothing, just put her hand flat against the invisible wall and looked at Harry. He pressed the Gryffindor ring to it. The air cracked open like a seam splitting in cloth, and the house was simply there, a stone building, long and low, with a slate roof green with moss and windows that had gone dark with 14 years of sealed silence. The grounds around it were overgrown but not wild, as if the garden had remembered its own shape even without tending. An oak tree older than the house dominated the east side, its roots lifting the flagstones of a path that led to the front door. They'd spent 3 days here, the 4 of them, doing the preparation work. The ward structure was extraordinary, layers going back to the Peverell founding, with Potter additions in more recent centuries, and at the very base, something that Hermione identified late on the second day with the particular hushed quality she reserved for things that genuinely shook her. "Harry," she'd said, kneeling beside the foundation stone of the east wall with her wand tracing the ward lines. "The base ward here, the foundational layer, it's not Potter magic. It's not even Peverell." She'd looked up at him. "It's the same structure as the notation in the vault texts. The proto-magical notation." "Merlin," he'd said. "Merlin," she'd confirmed. The house itself had exhaled when Harry first walked through the door, not physically, but in the way that very old places respond to the presence they've been waiting for. Dust moved. Light shifted. 3 rooms on the ground floor had simply unlocked on their own as he walked past. In the study at the back he'd found a desk with a letter on it, sealed, addressed in a handwriting he didn't recognize. He'd sat down at the desk and opened it. It was dated 1899, the same year as the most recent annotations in the Black Library volume. "To whoever reads this, I suspect I know who you are, though I cannot know when you'll arrive. My name is Charles Potter. I am writing this for my great-great-grandson, or perhaps further removed. I found this house through the same inheritance audit process you likely have. I performed my own research into the right of convergence and determined, after several years of study, that the convergence of lines would not occur in my generation. The math of it is in the desk drawer. It's waiting for someone whose blood carries the full weight of all 5. I believe that person exists. I can feel the structure of it in the wards, the way they reach for something they haven't found yet. If you're reading this, they found you. Or you found them. Either way, the East Wing has the best acoustics for the declaration. The ritual circle is under the drawing room floor. I laid the stones myself in 1897 and they have been waiting since. Good luck. You'll need less of it than you think." Harry had read it twice, put it in his pocket, and opened the desk drawer. The math was correct. The drawing room floor came up with a simple finite, revealing exactly what Charles had promised, a ritual circle laid in dark stone, the symbols worn smooth by time but intact, the geometry precise. Hermione spent an entire day checking it against the ritual specifications in Volume 12 and the vault texts, and her conclusion was that it was perfect. Not adequate, not close enough. Perfect. "Your great-great-great-grandfather," she said, sitting back on her heels, "was either an extraordinary scholar or working from a source we don't have." "Maybe both," Harry said. "Probably both." She looked at the circle with an expression of genuine respect. "The orientation is correct for the convergence alignment, the stone type is appropriate for inheritance magic, and the outer boundary is set to exactly the right diameter for 5 simultaneous ring activations." She paused. "He knew what he was building, Harry. He spent 2 years building it, and then he just sealed the house and left it." "He knew it wasn't for him," Harry said. Hermione was quiet for a moment. "That's an extraordinary thing to do. Spend years building something for someone you'll never meet." He had enough faith in the lineage to believe the right person would eventually exist. Harry looked at the circle. "I think that's what the ring recognized when I put it on. Not just me, the whole line. Everyone who carried it to this point." She didn't answer, which meant she was thinking about it seriously. The Peverell vault text on inheritance shock had been, as Ginny predicted, precisely what they needed. It described the weaving stage not as a simultaneous merger but as a sequential one. The 5 lines didn't combine all at once like rivers joining a lake, but moved through the air in a specific cascade, each one integrating before the next began, taking approximately 40 seconds each. The text's author called it the inheritance cascade and described it as analogous to the body learning to breathe in a new atmosphere, painful, disorienting, but survivable if the air didn't fight it. The air must not resist the cascade, the text said, in the particular tone of ancient instructional writing that made even survival advice sound like disappointment. Each line will feel foreign. Each will feel like loss before it feels like completion. The heir who mistakes foreignness for danger and raises their native magic in defense will cause a catastrophic separation. The heir must remain open. This is not a passive state. Active openness is perhaps the most difficult magical discipline a practitioner can be asked to perform. Harry had read that passage 4 times. On the 5th reading he'd looked up at Ginny, who'd been watching him. "You're going to be fine," she said. "You don't know that." "No," she agreed. "But you're the least likely person I know to mistake foreignness for danger. You've been doing that correctly your entire life." She held his gaze. "You let Dumbledore's phoenix sit on your arm in 2nd year. You talked to a basilisk and figured out it was Slytherin's, not Voldemort's. You had a horntail breathing fire at your face and you thought about it like a puzzle." She tilted her head. "Staying open is what you do, Harry. You've never needed to be taught it." He'd thought about that all the way through day 4 and 5 of the preparation. Today was day 9. Tonight was the full convergence. They arrived at Peverell's Rise at dusk, which was when the preparation text said the convergence alignment began, a slow process over several hours, the 5 magical inheritances drawn into heightened resonance by the particular astronomical configuration of the convergence night. Harry didn't fully understand the astronomy of it, but Hermione had explained it 3 times using increasingly simplified diagrams, and what he'd taken from it was essentially this: tonight, the magic in his blood would be louder than usual. The ritual used that as its fuel. Neville had brought supplies, candles, water, food for after, and a dozen plants he insisted on placing at specific points around the exterior of the house without explaining why. Harry didn't ask. Neville had earned the same degree of trust that Hermione had earned. If he said the plants were important, they were important. Luna arrived from a different direction than everyone else, as she typically did, appearing from the overgrown east garden in the darkening evening air with her robes slightly muddy and an expression of focused calm. She had the declaration draft in her hand, the final version, which she and Hermione had been working on since day 3, cross-referenced against every ancestral protection document they'd found in the vault and the library. It was 4 pages long. Harry had it memorized. Ginny stood at the edge of the grounds near the oak tree, her wand out, running a final check on the outer wards. She'd taken on the perimeter work over the past 3 days with the decisive efficiency of someone who understood that a ritual this significant needed a clean boundary, and had rebuilt 2 sections of the outer ward structure with a competence that had impressed even Hermione. Harry stood in the doorway of the house and watched the sky go deep and the stars come out over Godric's Hollow Valley and thought about his parents. Thought about them here, in this valley, 2 miles from the cottage where they'd died. Thought about his mother carrying Gryffindor blood and Merlin blood and not knowing it, or knowing it and keeping it quiet in the way that Muggle-born witches learned to keep quiet about things that the world wasn't ready to respect. Thought about his father, the last Potter, walking around with Peverell Lordship dormant in his blood like a candle with no one to light it. He thought about the letter in his pocket from 1899. Good luck. You'll need less of it than you think. Harry. Hermione was beside him. She'd changed into plain robes, nothing formal, nothing with unnecessary weight to it, and she was carrying volume 12 and the declaration draft and had a look on her face that he'd learned to read over 5 years of friendship as, "I have done everything that can be done and I am now choosing to trust it." "Everything's ready," he said. "Everything's ready. The sequence, we've been over it 6 times. You know it. The declaration wording, you've had it memorized since day 5. She looked at him directly. "Harry. Stop checking. You're ready." He exhaled slowly. She was right. He knew she was right. The checking was not about gaps in preparation, it was the thing that happened when you were standing at the edge of something enormous and your brain kept trying to manufacture reasons to step back from it. He didn't step back. "Let's go in," he said. The drawing room of Peverell's Rise at full dark was lit by the candles Neville had placed, not arranged randomly but in a specific pattern Hermione had designed, which cast light that fell across the ritual circle without shadow, each flame burning with a steadiness that suggested the house's own magic was cooperating. Harry stood at the center of the circle. The floor beneath him was warm, the old stone warmer than stone should be, warmed by the convergence alignment that had been building for hours and was reaching its peak now. He could feel it in the Gryffindor ring, which was no longer pulsing in its usual rhythm but vibrating continuously, a sound almost below hearing, a frequency felt in the jaw and the chest rather than the ears. The others were outside the circle, at 4 compass points. Hermione had the texts. Luna had the declaration draft. Neville and Ginny were simply there, and the fact that they were simply there was the right thing, was the necessary thing, because this was not a ritual that required witnesses in any formal sense, it just required people who could hold steady while something significant happened. He took the 4 rings from the pouch at his hip. Potter first. Dark gold, old-fashioned, unpretentious, a ring that a man had worn who spent his life loving his family and being loved back and having that be enough. Harry held it for a moment. Then put it on the ring finger of his left hand. The warmth in the floor intensified. Something in the air shifted, not dramatically, just a tuning, like adjusting an instrument. Black next. Heavier, black stone set in silver, with the black family crest reduced to a small detail that you'd miss if you weren't looking. It went on the middle finger of his left hand and the moment it settled, Harry felt the entire room adjust to a slightly different key. The black magic was old and complicated and carried centuries of both brilliance and damage, and it settled against his own magic like something that was choosing whether to trust him, and he let it choose without influencing the outcome, and after a moment it settled. Peverell. Simplest of all, a plain band of pale gold that looked like it cost nothing and hummed with a resonance that suggested it was worth everything. Index finger, left hand. The moment it touched his skin the candle flames grew 2 inches simultaneously, and from outside he heard Ginny say something quietly to Neville that he didn't catch. Merlin. Last of the 4 he was adding, the design was unlike anything from the other rings, something stranger and older, shaped more like a seal than an ornament, set with a stone that was neither gem nor mineral but something he had no category for, dark and light simultaneously depending on angle. He turned it in his fingers for a moment. Then put it on his thumb, left hand. The room went very quiet. Not silent, the candles still burned, the distant sounds of the summer night still existed. But quiet in the interior sense, the way a room goes quiet when something in it has been waiting for a long time and has just recognized that the waiting is over. He looked at his left hand. 4 rings. Gryffindor on his right. The ring sequence for the claiming, the order the vault text had described as spatially determined by the magical geography of the individual heir, he hadn't known until this moment. He'd trusted Charles Potter's note, which said the rings will indicate the order when the moment comes, and now the moment had come and the rings were, in fact, indicating. The Peverell ring lit first, a soft, deep gold, subtle as candlelight. Then black, silver-gray, cooler. Then Potter, warm gold, steadier. Then Merlin, that impossible both dark and light quality, expanding. Then Gryffindor, on his right hand, blazing red, final, certain. Peverell. Black. Potter. Merlin. Gryffindor. The sequence wasn't about hierarchy. He understood it immediately, in the wordless way you understand things that aren't in language. It was about integration, starting with the oldest unbroken bloodline, building through each in a chain that created the strongest possible foundation before the final anchor. He took a breath that reached all the way down. I claim the most ancient and noble house of Peverell, he said. The Peverell ring blazed. What hit him was not pain, pain was the wrong word for it, too simple. It was more like volume. Like something that had been at a level his body could manage suddenly turning up past the point his nervous system had ever been asked to handle, but not breaking it, straining it, filling it past its expected capacity, every nerve and every magical channel suddenly carrying more than they were built for and discovering that they could, in fact, carry it. He breathed through it. Stayed open. Didn't resist. It settled. 30 seconds, 40. It settled. I claim the most ancient and noble house of black. The black ring blazed, and the second wave hit differently, colder, structured, ancient in a way that felt like walking into a room that had been occupied by brilliant and terrible people in equal measure and finding that their presence had left something permanent in the walls. He felt the weight of the black line's full history, every choice and consequence, and he absorbed it without flinching because flinching was resistance and resistance was the one thing he couldn't afford. It settled. His hands were shaking slightly. He noticed and didn't react to it. I claim the most ancient and noble house of Potter. This one should have been the easiest, his own line, his own direct inheritance, but it hit the hardest of the first three, and he thought he understood why. The Potter magic wasn't ancient like the Peverells or vast like the Blacks. It was concentrated. Dense. Warm in the specific way that a life fully lived leaves warmth in everything it touched. He felt his father, briefly, not a ghost, not a vision, nothing so dramatic, just a quality of magic that said yes, this belongs to you, this has always belonged to you, and something in his chest cracked open quietly and let it in. He breathed. It settled. He was sweating now. The room felt different, the air thicker, warmer, the candle flames behaving strangely, bending toward him as if his presence had become a kind of gravity. I claim the most ancient and noble house of Merlin. The Merlin ring blazed and the world went sideways. Not physically, he didn't move, his feet stayed exactly where they were, the drawing room of Peverell's rise didn't change. But the fourth wave was different in kind from the first three, not just in magnitude. The first three had been inheritances he could contextualize, history, family, power scaled to a human lifetime. The Merlin line was something else. It was older than the Wizengamot, older than Hogwarts, older than the entire structure of British wizarding society. It predated every institution that had ever told Harry Potter what magic was and what it was for and who deserved to wield it. It felt, if he had to choose a word, like depth. Like finding out that what he'd been standing in was shallower than he'd thought, and what was beneath it went further down than he could see, and he was suddenly falling upward into a ceiling he hadn't known was there. He didn't fight it. He fell. And landed. 40 seconds. Maybe more. He wasn't tracking time anymore. The Merlin magic settled into him like a stone dropped in deep water, it went all the way down, and the ripples it sent upward changed the shape of everything above. He raised his right hand. I claim the most ancient and noble house of Gryffindor. All 5 rings blazed simultaneously. The weaving began. Harry had read the description of the cascade 6 times from the Peverell healer's text. He had understood it intellectually, had played it through in his imagination, had thought he knew what the inheritance cascade meant in a way that would let him navigate it. He had been wrong in the specific way that reading about something and experiencing it are always different. The 5 magical inheritances didn't merge sequentially the way a recipe lists ingredients, they collided, in fast, overlapping waves that started at his core and moved outward through his magical channels in a pattern that felt like a storm weather system seen from inside, multiple weather patterns intersecting and creating new phenomena at every junction. Each line tried simultaneously to integrate with every other line. 5 simultaneous negotiations happening in the space of his body, each one pulling his magic in slightly different directions. He stood in the center of the circle and burned. Not metaphorically. The circle's stones were hot. The air above him was visibly distorted, heat shimmer rising from his skin, and through the open drawing room door he could see the others at their compass points, Hermione, with volume 12 clutched in both hands, standing perfectly still. Luna, with the declaration draft, watching him with those wide calm eyes. Neville, on one knee, both hands on the floor of the house's entryway, doing something with his magic that Harry felt as a steadying pressure through the floorboards, using the Longbottom earth magic, grounding the building itself. Ginny at the outer ward boundary, wand high, holding the perimeter against any interference with her entire attention. He could feel them. All 4. Through the building, through the convergence night, through whatever the ritual was doing to his perceptual range, he could feel the four of them like fixed points around a compass, holding steady, and he reached for that steadiness and used it. Active openness, the text had said. The most difficult magical discipline a practitioner can be asked to perform. He opened. All the way. Let every line do what it needed to do. Let the Peverell magic's deep time run into the black magic's structural complexity and find the junction point. Let the Potter warmth flood through the channels that the Merlin depth had opened. Let the Gryffindor fire, which was not aggression, had never been aggression, was something closer to clarity under pressure, burn through everything else like a wick being lit, connecting all of it, giving all of it a shape that could be held by a single human being. He felt the moment the cascade completed. It was not an explosion. It was not a revelation. It was the feeling you get when you've been slightly cold for so long you've stopped registering it, and then you step into warmth, and your body says oh, surprised, relieved, recognizing something it hadn't known it was missing. His magic settled. All of it. One thing. Unified. He exhaled. The candle flames were 6 inches tall and burning green gold at the tips. The circle stones were glowing softly. The air above the ritual circle had the quality of just after lightning, clean, charged, still. Harry raised his head. Looked at the declaration draft that Luna was holding out toward him across the circle boundary, her arms steady, her eyes calm and certain. He didn't need the draft. He had it memorized. He spoke. I, Harrison James Potter, Lord of the most ancient and noble houses of Potter, Black, Peverell, Gryffindor, and Merlin, do hereby declare the establishment of the House of Emrys Peverell, a unified ancestral seat subsuming all 5 prior lines. From this declaration, all auxiliary claims of power and authority derived from the above 5 lineages are returned to their root source and held in trust by the head of the unified house. This dissolution is not punitive but structural, the correction of a pattern that has served division where unity was always the inheritance. He paused, let the words settle into the charged air where they landed like stones dropped in still water, rippling outward and continuing to ripple. In the re-establishment of this unified foundation, I declare the continuation of all ancestral protective enchantments previously maintained under the 5 separate lines. Blood ward protections on inhabited properties. Ancestral contracts of legitimate defense. Community ward structures of the following territories, and he named them, all 17, every location Luna's notes had identified, precise and complete, each name spoken into the declaration and sealed by the magic that was moving through him like current through wire. The final line. This is the foundation. This is the declaration. This is the house. Silence. Then the house breathed. The walls of Peverell's rise exhaled, every ward, every sealed room, every 14-year-old layer of protective magic releasing simultaneously with a sound like a chord struck on an instrument so large you felt it in your bones rather than heard it with your ears. The overgrown garden outside blazed briefly with golden light that faded within seconds. The oak trees' leaves rustled in air that wasn't moving. And across the magical world, 2 miles away in Godric's Hollow, 12 miles away in a manor house where Lucius Malfoy was sitting in his study reviewing legal documents, 43 miles away in London where 47 Wizengamot members were in their beds, something shifted. Not violently. Not catastrophically. A foundation, unmoored. A key, turned. Harry stood in the center of the circle in the quiet aftermath and took a careful inventory of himself. He was exhausted in a way that went down to the cellular level. His legs were unsteady. His magical channels felt like muscles after significant exertion, not damaged, but thoroughly used, aware of themselves in a way they usually weren't. His head was entirely clear, which surprised him. He'd expected fog. Instead there was the particular clarity that comes after a difficult thing is finished and the difficulty hasn't broken you. He stepped out of the circle. Hermione was there before he'd taken 2 steps, and she wasn't asking questions or taking notes or cross-referencing anything, she just put both hands on his arms and looked at his face with an expression that was purely personal, the face of someone checking on someone they love, and he met it with honest tiredness and complete steadiness. "Still here," he said. "Yes," she said. "You are." Her voice was steady. Her eyes were not quite. Neville stood up from the floor with the slow care of someone who'd been holding something for a long time. He put a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, said nothing, which was the exactly correct thing, and went to get the water and food from the supplies bag. Luna was standing outside the drawing-room door, her head tilted, listening to something. Then she looked at Harry. "The wave is moving outward from here," she said. "I can feel it. Like the tide going out." She paused. "Several people are going to wake up in the next hour without knowing why. The magic shifting in their lines will feel like unease. Like a dream they can't remember." She considered this. "It will be disorienting for them." "Good," Ginny said, coming in from the perimeter with her wand at her side and her hair loose from wherever it had been pinned. She looked at Harry with a directness that had nothing in it except what it was, relief, and respect, and the particular satisfaction of someone who showed up for something difficult and saw it done right. "You did it." "We did it," he said. She shook her head, not dismissing the others but being precise. "The ritual had one person in the circle." "You did it." She held his gaze. "Own it." He thought about that for a moment. Then he nodded. Neville put a sandwich in his hand. He ate it standing up in the drawing room of Peverell's Rise, surrounded by the quiet aftermath of something that had been waiting to happen for longer than anyone alive had been alive, and tasted the bread and the cheese and the fact that he was hungry, which was the most uncomplicated and human thing he'd felt in 9 days. Outside, through the open door, the valley was dark and the stars were very bright and the oak tree stood where it had always stood. Harry put his left hand flat on the wall of the house as he walked past it toward the door, feeling the warmth of the stone, the integration of all 5 ward structures into one, unified now, rooted, built on a foundation that went down further than any institution the magical world had constructed above it. He stood in the doorway and looked out at the night. Somewhere out there, 47 Wizengamot members were waking up to the feeling of something changed. Somewhere out there, Lucius Malfoy had just felt his foundations shift beneath him and was very quietly, very precisely furious. Somewhere out there, Dumbledore was sitting in his office at Hogwarts feeling something he hadn't felt in a very long time, the particular sensation of a plan that was no longer in his hands. Harry let the night air come in and breathed it out slowly. "What happens now?" Neville asked quietly, from behind him. Harry looked at the valley and the stars and the long dark shape of the landscape he was standing in the middle of, in the house that had been waiting for him, with the magic of 5 ancient lines moving through him like a river that had finally found its proper course. "Now," he said, "they find out." Chapter 5, The Unraveling. The Daily Prophet arrived at Peverell's Rise at 7 in the morning, delivered by an owl that seemed confused about where it was going and landed on the kitchen windowsill with the uncertain air of a bird whose internal geography had just been updated. Harry was already awake. He'd slept 4 hours on the sofa in the drawing room, deeply and without dreams, which was unusual enough that he'd lain there for a few minutes after waking just appreciating it. The circle stones in the floor beneath him had cooled overnight but still carried a faint warmth, like a hearth a few hours after the fire goes out. He'd made tea in the kitchen worked, which had surprised him, though perhaps it shouldn't have, because a house that had been maintained by 14 years of active ward magic had apparently extended that maintenance to the plumbing, and was standing at the window with the cup when the owl arrived and dropped the paper on the sill like it wanted to be rid of it. The front page. Magical catastrophe or inheritance coup? Pureblood families report overnight ward failures, he read while the tea cooled in his hand. The article was chaos pressed into column format. 6 families had woken up to find their ancestral home ward significantly weakened or entirely collapsed. 3 Wizengamot members had reported feeling what the prophet was carefully calling a significant magical disturbance overnight, with symptoms including sudden magical instability, disruption to established enchantment networks, and in 2 cases, spontaneous failure of family heirlooms tied to ancestral bloodline magic. The Ministry's Magical Accidents and Catastrophes Office had released a statement at 6 in the morning saying they were monitoring the situation and working to establish the cause, which was Ministry language for "we have no idea what happened." Halfway down the column, a quote from an unnamed source described the feeling as, like having the floor drop 6 inches and then stop. Everything's still there. But it's different. Something underneath changed. Harry thought that was actually quite accurate. Hermione appeared in the kitchen doorway at 7:15, her hair loose and her robes from the day before, holding a piece of parchment that had apparently arrived by a different owl while he was reading. She looked at his prophet, then at her parchment, then at him. 14 families, she said. That's how many are in the Gringotts alert system as significant claimants of the 5 lines. 14 woke up with disrupted ward structures. She set the parchment on the table. Ragnarok sent a summary. He says 3 of them have already contacted Gringotts demanding an explanation, and he's told them the same thing: their wards were dependent on a primary ancestral claim that has been legitimately superseded. How did they take that? He used the word poorly, she said. I think that's doing some work. Harry folded the prophet and set it down. How many of the protective enchantments held? The ones from the declaration. She crossed to the table and looked at the parchment more carefully. All 17 territorial ward structures are intact. The community protections are all confirmed active, they transferred cleanly. She looked up. Luna's instinct was exactly right. The declaration language locked them in. Good. He picked up his tea. Then the legitimate protections are fine. The political infrastructure is disrupted. That's exactly what we wanted. Yes. She sat down. Harry, the Malfoy wards collapsed entirely. He looked at her. Malfoy Manor, she said. Lucius's primary ward structure drew from all 3 lines: Black, Gryffindor Secondary, Peverell Tertiary. When all 3 transferred, the ward system had nothing holding it up. She was careful with her tone, not dramatic, just precise. The manor's not defenseless, there's basic security enchantments, standard stuff any wizard can cast. But the ancestral wards, the ones that have been building for centuries, the ones that made Malfoy Manor one of the most heavily warded properties in Britain, they're gone. Harry was quiet for a moment. The implications of this settled into the room like a change in air pressure. Malfoy Manor without its ancestral wards was not just a political inconvenience for Lucius. It was a strategic vulnerability in the middle of a war. Voldemort was out there, rebuilding, and whatever Harry thought of Lucius Malfoy, there was a woman in that house who had told her son something that had reached Harry through a chain of conversations in the dark, and there were a great many things Harry intended to do differently than the people who'd come before him. I need to send something to Narcissa Malfoy, he said. Hermione blinked. I'm sorry. The manor's wards are down. She needs to know that the unified house can extend basic ancestral protections to properties that held secondary claims, if the head of the house grants it. He was already reaching for parchment from the stack on the table. It's not charity. It's not politics. It's what the declaration said: the correction is structural, not punitive. Lucius will intercept any owl to that address. Not if it goes through Gringotts. Ragnarok mentioned a formal estate communication channel, sealed, client to client. Lucius can't touch that without breaking the banking accord. He looked at her. Can you draft it? I need it to be precise. No warmth, no coldness. Just the facts of what's available to her and how to access it. She pulled the parchment toward herself, already reaching for her quill. Give me 20 minutes. I'll wake the others. Neville was in the garden. He'd apparently been there since before dawn, which explained why the most aggressive of the overgrown sections had been cleared back by the time Harry found him, crouched beside a long flower bed that had survived 14 years of neglect in a state of chaotic but genuine vitality. He looked up when Harry came out. I needed to do something with my hands, he said simply. Harry sat on the low stone wall beside the bed and told him about the ward failures. Neville listened, pulling weeds as he did, then sat back on his heels. Gran's wards? I don't know specifically. You should owl her. I will. He was quiet for a moment. She'll be furious. At me? He considered. At everything. But you specifically, yes. He looked at Harry with a directness that had no apology in it. She's going to say you've overstepped. That you had no right to dismantle what you didn't build. I have every right, Harry said, and his voice was entirely even. I'm the primary claimant. The law is explicit and Hermione's documentation is airtight. The Longbottoms drew their secondary claim from the Black line through a maternal branch. That claim was always contingent on the primary claimant's disposition of it. I know. Neville met his eyes. I'm not arguing. I'm telling you what she'll say, so you're not caught off guard. He pulled another weed. She can be intimidating when she puts effort into it. I'll manage. I know you will. Something moved in his expression, quiet, complicated, the face of a person who has loyalty to multiple things and has decided, carefully, where they actually stand. She's going to need to be managed, Harry. She has influence in the Wizengamot, outside of the seat question. She knows everyone. She's been in those rooms for 40 years and people respect her, even the people who don't like her. He looked up. That's not a threat. I'm saying she could be useful, if you approach it correctly. Harry thought about this. Will she talk to me? She'll have to. He almost smiled. I'll be there. Luna was sitting in the east wing of the house when Harry found her, in a shaft of morning light that came through a tall window with most of its glass still intact. She was writing in a small notebook with a green cover, her feet tucked under her on the window seat, entirely at home in a room that had been sealed for 14 years. The room itself seemed fine with this. The wave is still moving, she said, without looking up. How far? It'll reach everyone with a significant claim connection by midday, I think. The closer to the root lineage, the stronger the effect. She turned a page. There are 43 families with some degree of connection to the 5 lines. Most of them will feel only a mild disruption, a ward that loses 10% of its strength, a heirloom that goes slightly dark. But the ones with deep connections, she paused, considering, they'll feel it rather more significantly. How do you know it's 43? She looked up then, and her expression was the one she wore when she was being practical rather than elliptical. I finished the full lineage cross-reference last night while the rest of you were sleeping. Neville's maps were almost complete, but there were 7 secondary families he'd missed because their connections ran through the maternal branch of the Peverell line in the 14th century, which is an unusual enough genealogical angle that it doesn't show up in most standard reference texts. She held out several sheets of parchment, covered in her neat, unhurried handwriting. I made a complete list. He took it. Looked at it. The detail was extraordinary, every family, every connection, every degree of separation from the 5 root lines, organized by the strength of impact they'd have experienced overnight. Luna, he said. Thank you. For all of this. From the beginning. She looked at him with those wide, clear eyes. You don't need to thank me. I was going to be involved regardless. She tilted her head. Some things that need to happen also need specific people to be present for them to happen properly. That's not fate. It's just shape. Things have shapes, and some shapes require particular components. She went back to her notebook. You were always the necessary center. But centers need structure around them or they collapse. He looked at her for a moment. Then he folded the parchment carefully and put it in his pocket. Ginny awake. She went to the village for supplies an hour ago. She was concerned about provisions. Luna's mouth curved slightly. Also, I think she needed to move. They had breakfast at the kitchen table of Peverell's Rise. Ginny had returned from the village with bread and eggs and something that turned out to be extremely good coffee, and by 9 in the morning the owls had started arriving. The first 3 were from Gringotts. Ragnarok's updates, delivered in the bank's characteristic prose, information-dense, free of editorializing, and somehow still communicating a very specific quality of goblin satisfaction that Harry was learning to read between the lines. The 4th was from Augusta Longbottom. It was 1 page, closely written, formal in the way that older witches of significant standing could make things formal without effort. It said, in summary, that she wished to arrange a meeting at Harry's earliest convenience to discuss the night's events and their implications for several ongoing matters of mutual interest. It closed, "I am not, Mr. Potter, in the habit of opposing accomplished facts. But I am in the habit of understanding them thoroughly. Please respond at your earliest convenience." Neville read it over Harry's shoulder. "That's actually, she's not furious," he said, sounding slightly surprised. "She's interested." "Smart woman," Harry said. "She's an extraordinary woman. She's just," he searched for the word, "oriented toward tradition. But she's also pragmatic when she has to be." He looked at the letter again. The fact that she wants a meeting rather than sending a howler is a significant concession. "Set it up for tomorrow," Harry said. Grim old place. The 5th owl was from someone Harry hadn't expected. The handwriting on the envelope was familiar in the way that things you've seen on a blackboard for 6 years are familiar, precise, slightly impatient, the handwriting of someone who wrote quickly because their thoughts moved faster than their hand. He opened it. "Potter. I am writing because my mother asked me to, which you will appreciate is the relevant motivation. She received your Gringotts communication this morning and has asked me to convey her acknowledgement of its terms. She also asks me to tell you, and I'm quoting directly, that she has always understood the Black legacy to be larger than any single generation's interpretation of it. You should know that my father is not taking the situation as pragmatically as my mother. He spent last night on fluke calls to 7 different Wizengamot members and 2 ministry department heads. This morning he contacted someone I don't have a name for, the call was in the private study and I only heard his end, and what I heard suggests he's moving toward a legal mechanism I haven't heard him use before. He called it, the dormancy clause. I don't know what that is. I'm telling you because it seemed like the kind of thing you'd want to know. DMPS. My mother says thank you." Harry passed the letter to Hermione without comment. She read it, set it down, and was quiet for a moment with her thinking expression fully engaged. "The dormancy clause," she said. "Mean anything?" "Possibly. There's a provision in ancient inheritance law, I came across a reference to it in the petition research and dismissed it as obsolete, that allows an existing secondary claimant to challenge a primary inheritance on the grounds of procedural dormancy. The argument being that if a primary claim went unclaimed for a sufficient period, the secondary claimant's established usage of the authority creates a form of legal precedent." She looked at him. "It's an extremely weak argument against a goblin-authenticated Gringotts claim. But it would require a full Wizengamot hearing to formally dismiss it. Which takes time. And time is the one thing Lucius has been trying to buy from the beginning." She tapped her quill against the table. "If he files the dormancy challenge today, he could get a hearing within the week. During the hearing, he'd argue that the overnight ward disruption constitutes evidence of harm caused by Harry's claim. Can he make that stick? No. But he doesn't need to make it stick. He needs to get 48 hours of legal proceedings into the record, because 48 hours buys him something else." She looked at Harry steadily. "He's building towards something we haven't identified yet. The legal mechanism is a delay tactic, not the actual plan. Then we need to know what the actual plan is." "We need bones," Neville said, from the other side of the table. He'd been listening while finishing his coffee with the quiet efficiency of someone who processed while appearing to not be processing. "Draco said Lucius has a DMLE source. If Lucius is filing legal challenges and simultaneously doing something else, Bones can see the something else from inside the ministry in a way we can't from out here." Harry was already reaching for fresh parchment. The letter to Amelia Bones was short, Lord Lucius Malfoy is likely to file a dormancy clause challenge with the Wizengamot today. We believe it's a delay tactic for a secondary action we haven't identified. Your DMLE source concern is directly relevant. I'd like to meet. Today if possible. HP. He sent it with Hedwig, who had arrived at Peverell's Rise that morning with the air of an owl who had tracked her person across the countryside and intended to express an opinion about it. He gave her an extra treat. She took it with dignity. Amelia Bones arrived at Peverell's Rise at noon. She came alone, which Harry respected. She came through the front ward boundary without hesitation, which meant she'd either been told the access protocol or her own magical instincts had navigated it, and either option said something useful about her. She stood in the hall of the house and took in the drawing room with the ritual circle stone still faintly warm through the open door, the kitchen table covered in research and Ragnarok's overnight dispatches, the 4 young people who'd apparently been operating out of a sealed ancestral property in the Godric's Hollow Valley since the weekend, and her expression did the thing it had done in the Wizengamot, assembling information rapidly without telegraphing what it was doing. You performed the ritual here, she said. It was not a question. Last night, Harry confirmed. She looked at him directly. He saw the moment her assessment updated, something in his eyes, or the way he stood, or the quality of whatever the unified magic was doing to the air around him. Something she hadn't expected to see in a 16-year-old. You're different, she said, and her voice was careful. Not alarmed. Careful. I'd imagine so. She sat down at the kitchen table and accepted the coffee Ginny offered without hesitation. The dormancy clause challenge was filed at 10 this morning, she said. Lucius Malfoy, with 7 co-signatories, all of them families significantly affected by last night's disruption. The hearing is scheduled for Friday. That gives us 2 days, Hermione said. We can have it dismissed, Bones said. The legal argument is genuinely weak and I have 2 people in the legal affairs office who can move the counter-filing by this afternoon. She set her cup down. But you're right that it's not the real move. She looked at Harry. I had my 2 most trusted investigators run a quiet audit of Lucius Malfoy's activity last night and this morning. Cross-referencing Fleur logs, OWL registrations, and financial transactions that require ministry notification. She paused. He made a Gringotts transaction at midnight. Significant gold movement. Not to any account we can directly trace, it went through a series of intermediary vaults that would take us weeks to formally unravel. He's funding something, Neville said. Or someone. Bones leaned forward slightly. There's a name that came up twice in the peripheral review. A wizard named Thaddeus Rookwood. He's not on the current Death Eater registry, his older brother Augustus is, but Thaddeus has been clean on paper since the First War. He works in the Department of Mysteries as an independent researcher and has access to certain archival records that, she paused, chose her words, include ancestral property surveys. Property surveys, Harry said slowly. Specifically, a complete survey of every ancestral magical property in Britain, including their ward structures, their primary and secondary claim lines, and their current magical status. She met Harry's eyes. Including Peverell's Rise. Including this building. The kitchen was very quiet. He's looking for a location, Hermione said, her voice moving fast, working through it. Something connected to the ancestral claim network. If the ward structures shifted overnight, the survey would show not just what collapsed but what consolidated. What became stronger. She looked at Harry. He could identify where the new center of the unified house is. He could identify where Harry is, Ginny said flatly. Bones nodded, once, precise. You need to move from here today. Or ensure that this property is warded under the new unified house structure, completely, top to bottom, so that any survey attempt bounces. I can do both, Harry said. He looked at Hermione. How long to establish a full unified house ward structure here? If all 5 of us work on it simultaneously, and you anchor it with the Emrys Peverell primary claim, 4 hours, maybe 3. Then we ward this place first. Then I go to the ministry. Everyone looked at him. Not to the hearing, he said. To the Department of Mysteries. I want to talk to Thaddeus Rookwood directly. He stood up. Bones, can you arrange access to the Dom without triggering Lucius's ministry source? She studied him for a long moment. I can arrange a departmental inspection under DMLE authority. Routine audit. Rookwood wouldn't know until you were already in the building. She paused. You're planning to walk in there and ask him some questions, Harry said. That's all. She looked at him with the expression she'd been wearing since she arrived, that careful, recalibrating look. Then she made a decision that he could see her make. All right, she said. But I come with you. I wasn't going to go alone. Good. She picked up her coffee again. You're 16. I know, he said. Everyone keeps mentioning it. They warded Peverell's rise in 3 hours and 40 minutes. Harry stood at the center of the house with the unified magic fully accessible for the first time in natural daylight, not in ritual, not in the heightened state of the convergence night, just standing in the drawing room of his ancestral home with his magic operating at what was apparently its new baseline, and pushed it outward through the building and the grounds with the focused intent that ward building required. He'd done warding before. Basic stuff, the kind covered in 6th-year defense, the kind Hermione could do in her sleep. This was not that. This was something he found difficult to describe from inside it, like the difference between using a torch and being the source of light. The ward structure he laid across Peverell's rise over those 3 hours was old in its architecture, drawing on the pre-existing foundations that Charles Potter had built and Merlin's base magic had established, but the power running through it was new. His. All 5 lines, unified. When he finished and walked the perimeter to check the boundary, even Neville, who tended to experience magic in terms of how it interacted with growing things, said quietly, nothing's getting through that. Nothing, Harry confirmed. Hermione had been watching the ward construction with an expression that kept shifting between academic fascination and something more personal, something she hadn't quite named. As they walked back toward the house she fell into step beside him and said, without preamble, your magic is different. I know. Measurably. Not just quantitatively, qualitatively. The ward structure you just built has characteristics that I've only seen in texts describing 9th-century magical workmanship. She was not being dramatic. She was being precise, which for Hermione was always more serious than drama. You built in redundancies that I didn't suggest and that aren't in any modern warding manual. You layered the intent reading component with something I don't have a name for. Neither do I, he said honestly. I just knew it was the right structure. She was quiet for several steps. The Merlin inheritance, she said finally. It's not just power, is it? It's knowledge. Accumulated. Held in the magic itself. Something like that. He thought about how to describe it and couldn't entirely. It's not like remembering things. It's more like, some things feel obvious now that weren't obvious before. Like I have a sense for magical architecture that I didn't earn through study. It's just, present. That is genuinely extraordinary, she said. It's also going to be useful, he said, which is more immediately relevant. She made the sound that was adjacent to a laugh. Yes. It is. The Department of Mysteries at 2 in the afternoon had the particular stillness of a place where people were concentrating on things they weren't allowed to talk about. Bones led them through, Harry and Hermione, the others staying at Peverell's rise to monitor the Gringotts dispatches and maintain the new ward perimeter, under the cover of a routine DMLE inspection, which gave them access without announcement. Thaddeus Rookwood was in a room on the 3rd sublevel, working at a desk covered in property survey maps that he didn't have time to cover before they walked in. He was 60-something, slight, with the absent manner of someone who spent most of their time alone and had developed certain habits around solitude. He looked up at Bones with recognition, at Harry with something that moved through surprise and into a more complex territory very quickly. His hands, Harry noticed, went flat on the desk rather than toward his wand, which was either genuine non-aggression or the decision of someone who understood that aggression wasn't his best option. "Director Bones," he said. "This is unexpected." "Routine inspection," Bones said pleasantly. "You know how it is." He looked at the maps under his hands. Then he looked at Harry. His expression had finished moving and landed on something that was not quite guilt but was adjacent to it, the face of someone who had made a choice they understood the shape of and was now examining whether it held up. "You felt it too," Harry said. "Last night." Rookwood looked at him carefully. "Most people with any significant connection to the old lines felt something last night." "What's your connection?" A pause. "My grandmother was a Peverell. A minor branch. The connection is distant enough that my wards barely flickered." His eyes moved to the maps again, involuntarily. Then back. "But I understood what it was immediately. I've spent 30 years studying ancestral claim networks. I knew what a full convergence would feel like, in theory." He looked at Harry with something that was, unexpectedly, close to directness. "I didn't expect to feel it in my lifetime." "Lucius Malfoy paid you to run a property survey," Harry said. "Using the overnight disruption data to locate where the unified house is centered." Rookwood was quiet. "I'm not going to arrest you," Bones said, in a tone that made it clear this was a current decision that remained under review. "I want to know what Malfoy intended to do with the location." Another pause. Longer. Then Rookwood picked up the maps and set them to one side of his desk in a gesture that was more like putting something down than moving something. He wanted to know where the ritual was performed. His exact words were, he wanted to know what had been exposed. He looked up. "I think he's planning to bring something there. Something that could disrupt a newly established ward structure before it fully integrates. In the first 48 hours after a convergence ritual, the unified magic is vulnerable," Hermione said sharply. "During integration. Before the ward structures fully bond to the primary claim. The ward structures at Peverell's Rise have already been rebuilt," Harry said. "This morning." Rookwood looked at him. Something in his expression shifted, surprise again, but slower this time, recalibrating against a timeline that didn't match what he'd expected. "You already warded it?" "Completely. Before noon." He was quiet for a moment. "Then whatever Malfoy planned for tonight won't work." "What was he planning for tonight?" Rookwood looked at his maps for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry with an expression that Harry read as someone choosing, in real time, which direction to fall. "He has access to a confundus construct, not a standard confundus charm, something constructed through an old dark method that attacks ward integration directly. If applied to a newly established unified ward structure during the integration window, it would introduce a fundamental instability." He paused. "It wouldn't destroy the unified house. But it would create an exploitable gap, a point of weakness that could be used to challenge the validity of the declaration in Wizengamot proceedings. If the ward structure is demonstrably unstable, the argument would be that the claiming was imperfectly performed." Harry heard Hermione breathe out sharply beside him. "Who else knows about this?" Harry asked. "Malfoy. Whoever he acquired the construct from. Possibly the Wizengamot members who co-signed the dormancy challenge. They'd need a reason to believe the challenge could succeed." "So the dormancy challenge isn't just a delay," Hermione said. "It's the second step. The ward attack is first. Destabilize the unified house magically, then use the instability as legal evidence in the dormancy hearing." "Yes," Rookwood said. Harry stood in the Department of Mysteries with this information and let it settle into the shape of a plan. It was, he had to acknowledge, a genuinely intelligent multi-step approach. Lucius had moved fast, adapted to the overnight situation faster than most people could have, and built a response that was both legally and magically sophisticated. He hadn't survived in the positions he'd held for as long as he had by being slow. The problem was that the ward at Peverell's Rise was already built. The problem was that they'd moved 6 hours ahead of where Lucius thought they'd be. "Mr. Rookwood," Harry said. "You're going to tell Director Bones everything you know about the Confundus construct. Its source, its structure, who Malfoy acquired it from. All of it." He looked at the man steadily. "In return, we don't pursue the question of why you were preparing a property survey for Lucius Malfoy under Dom resources rather than through proper channels." Rookwood looked at Bones. She nodded, once. He reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a second set of documents. He'd apparently prepared for the possibility of this conversation, which Harry found both reassuring and interesting. They were back at Peverell's Rise by 5. Harry stood in the drawing room above the ritual circle stones and sent a Patronus, the stag bright and certain in the early evening light, to Draco Malfoy with a single message: "Tell your mother to take what she values and leave the manor tonight. Don't tell your father. Just go." He didn't know if Draco would act on it. He didn't know if Narcissa Malfoy would go. He'd done what he could do and he intended to leave it there. "He's going to make a move tonight," Ginny said, from the doorway. "Even without the ward attack." "Probably," Harry said. "Are you worried?" He turned to look at her. She was backlit by the evening through the hallway window, and her expression had that quality it always had, not trying to be anything other than what it was. "No," he said, and meant it completely. "He's responding to me. He's been responding to me since Tuesday morning. That's not where I want Lucius Malfoy." "Where do you want him?" "Exactly where he is," Harry said. "Reactive, fast, and 2 steps behind." He looked out the drawing room window at the valley going golden in the evening light. "He's used to setting the pace of things. He's not used to being the one who's catching up." Ginny was quiet for a moment. "Then, what happens tomorrow?" "Augusta Longbottom comes to Grimmauld Place." He looked back at her. "And I go see Dumbledore." Something moved in her eyes. Not quite concern, more like the feeling you get when you know something significant is approaching and you're not sure of its shape yet. "That's going to be a complicated conversation," she said. "Yes," he agreed. "It is." The evening light spread across the valley and the oak tree threw a long shadow across the overgrown garden, and somewhere in Wiltshire a man was moving his pieces into positions that had already been countered, and the war behind the war was just beginning to be visible, and Harry Potter stood in a house that had been waiting for him and felt, for the first time in 16 years, that he was standing in exactly the right place. The ring pulsed on his finger. All 5, in unison now, the same rhythm, the same warmth. One foundation. His. Chapter 6. The War Behind the War. Augusta Longbottom arrived at Grimmauld Place at 9 in the morning wearing a hat with a stuffed vulture on it that Harry had heard about from Neville and had not entirely believed until this moment. She was tall, severe, and moved through the front hall of the Black family home with the territorial certainty of someone conducting a property inspection they hadn't been invited to conduct. She looked at the walls, the portraits, the general state of the house with an expression that managed to convey both judgment and familiarity. She'd been here before, Harry realized, in another life, in another era, when the house meant something different. She sat down at the kitchen table and looked at Harry across it with sharp grey eyes that were, Harry noted, exactly like Neville's in their structure but nothing like his in their expression. Neville's eyes were careful. Augusta's were acquisitive, in the specific way of someone who had survived a great deal by seeing things clearly and quickly. Neville sat beside Harry. He'd said barely a word since his grandmother arrived, which Harry was beginning to understand was not discomfort but strategy. Neville around Augusta Longbottom was a person who had learned to let things develop before he positioned himself. "Lord Potter," she said. "Lady Longbottom." She looked at him steadily. The Longbottom seat in the Wizengamot draws its legitimating authority from a black line connection that is now, as of 2 days ago, wholly subsumed into your unified claim. She said it without drama, as a statement of existing fact. "I have reviewed the documentation. I am not disputing it. I appreciate that. I am not finished." Her voice was not unkind, but it had the quality of a door being held precisely at the width she intended and no wider. The Longbottom family has held that seat for 112 years. It has been used, in that time, to vote for legislation that I can defend and legislation that I cannot. I am aware of the distinction. She paused. I am also aware that you have grounds to revoke our standing entirely. I do, Harry said. And I haven't. She looked at him for a long moment. The kitchen was quiet except for the sound of creature moving in the pantry and the faint morning noise of the London street outside. Hermione was at the other end of the table, not pretending not to listen. Ginny and Luna were upstairs and had apparently decided, correctly, that this conversation had a specific number of people it needed and they were not among them. Why not? Augusta asked. Because revoking your standing accomplishes nothing useful, and having the Longbottom seat allied with the unified house is significantly more valuable than the satisfaction of taking it. He held her gaze. I'm not interested in satisfaction, Lady Longbottom. I'm interested in rebuilding a structure that works. Her expression shifted, not much, but enough. Something calculated in it gave way to something more genuine. You sound like you've thought about this considerably. I've thought about very little else for 2 weeks. She was quiet. She looked at Neville then, briefly, and Harry watched something pass between them, not communication exactly, more like a recognition, a grandmother seeing her grandson in a new context and updating a filing system she'd had organized a particular way for 17 years. Then she looked back at Harry. The Wizengamot session on Friday includes the dormancy challenge, she said. I know. Lucius Malfoy has 6 co-signatories beyond his own filing. 3 of them are, shall we say, more motivated by self-interest than by genuine legal conviction. They could be separated from the challenge. She picked up her tea with the brisk efficiency of someone whose social maneuvering was so automatic it barely registered as deliberate. If I speak to them before the session. Harry looked at her carefully. You do that. I would do that, she confirmed, because Lucius Malfoy has been using this Wizengamot as his personal instrument for 30 years and I am, she said with crisp precision, extremely tired of it. She set her cup down. I want 2 things in return. First, formal confirmation that the Longbottom seat standing is secured under your unified house framework. In writing, Gringotts witnessed. Done, Harry said. And the second? She looked at him steadily. My granddaughter-in-law, Alice Longbottom, has been in St. Mungo's for 15 years. Her voice didn't change. It was the voice of someone who had said a difficult thing so many times they had made peace with the saying of it while never making peace with the fact. I have been told for 15 years that her condition is irreversible. That the damage done to her mind by extended cruciatus is permanent. She paused. You have access to the Merlin inheritance. To 9 centuries of magical knowledge that no one alive has touched. Her eyes were very steady on his. I am not asking for a miracle. I am asking whether you know something that hasn't been known before. The kitchen was very quiet. Harry thought about the Peverell healer's text. He thought about the knowledge that had settled into him during the weaving, the things that now felt obvious that hadn't been before. He thought about a woman in a hospital ward who gave her son sweet wrappers because it was all she had left to give, and a boy who kept every single one. He looked at Neville. Neville's jaw was tight. His hands were flat on the table. He wasn't looking at Harry, he was looking at the table surface with the focused attention of someone who was trying very hard not to let something show, not because he was hiding it, but because he'd learned not to want things of this specific type too loudly, because wanting them too loudly made the absence louder. Harry looked back at Augusta. I don't know yet, he said honestly. I have access to knowledge I'm still learning to navigate. But I know things exist within the Merlin archive that haven't been applied to long-term cruciatus damage. He paused. I'm not going to promise you something I can't guarantee. But I'm going to look. Properly. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I find. Augusta Longbottom looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded, not the minimal nod of reluctant agreement, but something more complete. That, she said, is the first honest answer I've been given about my son and daughter-in-law in 15 years. She stood, with the economy of someone who didn't waste motion. I'll have the 3 co-signatories managed before Friday. You'll have confirmation by Thursday evening. She looked at Neville. Walk me to the door, Neville. Neville stood and walked her to the door, and Harry sat at the kitchen table and listened to their voices in the hall, low, indistinct, the compressed language of people working through something with more layers than they could address directly. When Neville came back, he sat down and was quiet for a moment. Then, she cried, he said. In the hall. She turned away and she cried. He said it in the careful voice of someone reporting something they decided deserved witnessing. I don't think she's cried in front of anyone in a very long time. Harry didn't say anything. Whatever you find in the Merlin archive, Neville said, still in that careful voice. I know you'll look properly. I will, Harry said. I promise. Neville nodded and picked up his coffee. They moved on. The dormancy challenge hearing was Friday. It was now Wednesday. Between Augusta Longbottom leaving and Harry needing to be at Hogwarts to see Dumbledore, there were exactly 6 hours that contained the following: 2 more Gringotts dispatches, a letter from Kingsley Shacklebolt that was carefully worded in a way that suggested the Order was aware something significant had occurred but was not yet sure how to characterize it, and an incident at 11:30 that none of them had anticipated. The incident was Draco Malfoy at the door. Not glamoured, not waiting in the dark across the street, actually at the door of Grimmauld Place, which he apparently couldn't see but could feel, standing on the front step with his hand raised to knock on an address that shouldn't have been accessible to him, looking like someone who'd made a decision they hadn't entirely thought through and were committed to anyway. Harry opened the door before he knocked. Draco looked at him. He was pale in a way that went past his usual complexion, the specific pallor of someone who hadn't slept, which combined with the slight disarray of his usually immaculate appearance to create the impression of a person who had spent the night sitting upright somewhere, fully dressed, thinking. My mother left, he said. Good. She took me with her. He said it with a particular flatness that Harry recognized as the voice people used when they were reporting something that had required significant courage and were still in the moment just after it, when the adrenaline was gone and what remained was the weight of what they'd done. We went to Andromeda Tonks's house. It wasn't comfortable. But my mother said it was where we needed to be. Harry stepped back from the door. Come in. Draco stepped into Grimmauld Place and stopped in the hall, taking in the house with an expression that was part recognition, the Black family home, his mother's family, and part something else, something that was reckoning with what it meant to be here, on this side of a threshold that had represented a different world his entire life. Sit down, Harry said. I'll get Hermione. Why do you need Granger? Because she's cleverer than both of us and I don't want to miss anything. Draco said nothing to this, which was, Harry thought, progress. They sat in the kitchen. Hermione came down from upstairs where she'd been working and sat across from Draco with the expression of someone who had decided to approach this situation as a problem requiring clear thinking rather than as a personal history requiring reaction, which Harry knew was costing her something. Draco set a small leather notebook on the table. My father's study, he said. He keeps certain records in a shorthand that I've understood since I was 12 because he taught it to me so I could communicate with him in certain contexts. He paused. Last night I read them. While he was out? Hermione asked. While he was in the manor thinking we were asleep, Draco said. He didn't know we'd left yet. My mother is better at misdirection than he gives her credit for. He looked at the notebook. The dormancy challenge is what you'd expect, a delay mechanism. But there's a second filing. Not in the Wizengamot. In an international body. Harry went still. The International Confederation of Wizards, Draco continued. He's filed a complaint under the ICOW Charter claiming that the rite of convergence, as performed, constitutes an act of magical aggression against established wizarding families. He looked at Harry. The argument is that the ward disruptions across 14 families constitute illegal magical interference with private property. Under ICOW Charter Article 9. That's, Hermione stopped. She pulled the notebook toward herself and looked at the shorthand, then looked at Draco. That's not entirely groundless. No, Draco said. It isn't. The rite of convergence has never been performed before, which means there's no precedent specifically excluding it from Article 9's scope. My father found a precedent from 1743 involving a different ancestral claim ritual that caused ward disruptions and was successfully prosecuted under a predecessor charter provision. The 1743 Hartwell case, Hermione said, and her voice had the quality it got when she was pulling something from deep in the filing system. I read about it. It was a fraudulent claim, though. The disruption was caused by an illegitimate ritual, not a valid one. My father will argue the distinction is procedural, not substantive. That the ICOW doesn't have jurisdiction to determine legitimacy, only to assess disruption. He looked at Harry. If the ICOW accepts the complaint, they can issue a provisional order requiring you to, he paused, reverse the effects of the ritual pending a full hearing. Which would take months, Harry said. At minimum. The ICOW is slow. Deliberately. It's built for deliberation, not speed. Draco met his eyes across the table. My father knows you can't reverse the ritual. Nobody can, it's complete, it's permanent. But forcing you into a provisional order situation creates a legal status that affects how the Wizengamot treats the dormancy challenge. It gives the dormancy case enough standing to proceed rather than being dismissed. And a full Wizengamot hearing on the dormancy challenge, Hermione said, combined with an active ICOW provisional order, creates enough legal noise that the unified house's standing is questioned, Harry said. Not revoked. Questioned. Which means Lucius can argue that all decisions made from that position are potentially invalid, pending resolution. He looked at the table. How long has he been building this? Draco's expression shifted, something honest in it, something that Harry had seen more of in the last week than in 5 years of school. Since Monday. When the audit alert hit his Gringotts account. He paused. He moved very fast. He always moves fast when he's actually threatened. There was something complicated in his voice on the last word. Pride, Harry thought, was somewhere in it. The particular complicated pride of someone who admires a capability in a person they're actively working against. Does your father know you've done this? Ginny asked from the doorway. Harry hadn't heard her come down. She was looking at Draco with the direct assessment she gave everything, no hostility in it, just clear-eyed attention. No, Draco said. And when he finds out you left with your mother? He'll consider it a betrayal. He said it flatly. No drama in it, just fact. He'll also consider it consistent with my mother's influence, which he's been managing for years. He won't attribute it to me specifically, initially. He paused. That gives us some time. Harry looked at him across the table. 6 years of carefully maintained opposition between them, and here was Draco Malfoy at the kitchen table of the Black family home, giving him his father's intelligence and his father's shorthand, and the only complicated thing about it was that it wasn't complicated at all. It was exactly what it was, a 17-year-old who had spent his whole life being told what to believe and had arrived, painfully and by his own route, at believing something different. The ICOW filing, Harry said. Where is it in the process? Submitted. Not yet accepted. There's a 48-hour review period before the Confederation decides to formally accept a complaint. 48 hours, Hermione said. She looked at Harry. That takes us to Friday morning. Same time as the dormancy hearing. He planned that, Harry said. He wants both things landing at once. Is there a way to have the ICOW complaint rejected? Neville asked. He'd come into the kitchen at some point and was making fresh coffee with the automatic efficiency of someone who had decided to be useful while listening. The complaint is rejected if the filing party can't demonstrate standing, Hermione said, her voice moving fast. ICOW standing requires the filing party to be a recognized representative of an affected entity. Lucius is filing on behalf of himself and the named families. If his own standing is in question, the dormancy challenge, Harry said. If the dormancy challenge is dismissed before Friday morning, Lucius's standing to file at the ICOW is undermined. His claim to represent affected established families relies on being one himself. The 3 co-signatories, Neville said. If Augusta pulls them before Friday, he loses the majority needed to sustain the dormancy challenge procedurally. Hermione was writing now, fast, working the logic through in parallel with speaking it. Without the dormancy challenge, his ICOW standing is just his own family. Which is insufficient for an Article 9 complaint. Which requires minimum 5 affected parties of demonstrated standing, Draco said. Everyone looked at him. He looked back with the air of someone who had grown up at his father's dining table while international magical law was discussed as dinner conversation. I know this because I've listened to a very great deal of it, he said, in a tone that was the closest thing to dry humor Harry had ever heard from him. It wasn't by choice. Right, Harry said. He looked at Hermione. We need Augusta to move faster. Not Thursday, tonight. She was already standing. I'll write to her now. And we need Bones to know about the ICOW filing. He looked at Draco. Is there anything in those notes about the source of the Confundus construct? The ward attack he was planning? Draco turned several pages of the notebook. A name. Borgin. He paused. There's a reference to a transaction, something retrieved from Borgin and Burke 6 days ago. Before the audit results were even public. He was preparing before Gringotts sent the letter, Neville said. He had his own sources inside the bank, Draco said. Not high level, a junior records clerk. Enough to tell him the audit was underway and significant, not enough to tell him the details. He looked at Harry. He knew something was coming before you did. Harry absorbed this. But he didn't know what specifically. No. He prepared multiple contingencies. The Confundus construct was one of them. The legal mechanisms were others. He closed the notebook. He always prepares multiple contingencies. He says, he stopped, and something moved through his expression, he says that the difference between winning and losing is never talent. It's preparation depth. He's right about that, Harry said. It's just that his preparation is currently pointing at the wrong target. He stood up. Draco. You can stay here tonight. Creature will find you a room. He looked at the young man across the table, this strange, new version of someone he thought he understood, sitting in the house of his mother's family, choosing a different direction than the one he'd been pointed. I'm going to Hogwarts. When I get back, we're going to talk about what happens to your family after Friday. What's actually available to you? Draco looked at him with an expression that wanted to be suspicious, that had the muscle memory of suspicion, but was too tired for it. Why? Because you're Narcissa Black's son, Harry said, and the Black legacy is in good hands, and that means something. He looked at him steadily. It means you're not on your own. He picked up his cloak and left before Draco could respond to that, because he suspected the response would have been awkward for both of them and they had enough to manage. He walked to Hogwarts. Not all the way from London, he operated to Hogsmeade, which he wasn't technically licensed to do but which the unified magic handled with such ease that the legal consideration felt almost quaint, and then walked the road from the village to the castle gates in the late afternoon, watching the light change on the lake and the towers and the familiar shape of the place that had been the first thing that had ever felt like home. The castle responded to him in a way it hadn't before. Nothing dramatic, a door opening without him touching it, a torch lighting ahead of him in a corridor that was already reasonably lit, the particular quality of Hogwarts ambient magic reaching toward him the way it reached toward professors and headmasters, the people it recognized as anchors. He noticed it and didn't remark on it and kept walking. Dumbledore's office door was open. The headmaster was sitting behind his desk, and the pensieve was out, which meant he'd been reviewing memories, and the fact that he wasn't surprised when Harry walked in meant he'd known Harry was coming before Harry had crossed the castle wards. He was wearing deep blue robes and looking at Harry with the expression that had always been his most difficult to read, warm and assessing simultaneously, fond and calculating, a face that genuinely loved the person it was looking at and had also, at various points, decided that love was insufficient grounds to change the plan. "Harry," he said. "Professor. Lord Emery's Peverell, I'm told, now." "Harry is fine," he said, and sat down across the desk. The phoenix, Fox, was on his perch in the corner and regarded Harry with orange eyes for a moment, then made a sound, not the full song, something shorter, that Harry heard as something like acknowledgement. "You've been busy," Dumbledore said. "Yes." "You went to Gringotts without telling me." "Yes." "You performed the rite of convergence, a ritual that has never been performed by any living person, that I would have told you required considerably more preparation than 2 weeks. The preparation was sufficient," Harry said. "I'm here." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. He looked at Harry with those blue eyes that had always seemed to see more than the available evidence should have allowed. And Harry looked back, and for the first time in 6 years of looking into those eyes and feeling that he was being seen imperfectly from behind glass, felt that they were meeting on level ground. Something in the old man's expression shifted. Slowly. The way something shifts when a pressure you've been applying for a long time is no longer meeting resistance. "You're different," Dumbledore said. "Everyone keeps saying that. It's accurate." He leaned back in his chair. Not performing ease, genuinely considering, taking Harry seriously in the way that Harry had always suspected him capable of and had rarely experienced directly. "Tell me what you've done and why. I think you understand both already." "I understand the what?" "The mechanics of it, the Wizengamot petition, the ritual, the ward disruptions." He paused. "I want to hear the why from you. In your words. Not because I need to understand it, but because I think you need to say it." Harry looked at him for a moment. "That's a very therapist thing to say." "I have had 115 years to develop my conversational instincts," Dumbledore said mildly. Despite everything, Harry felt the corner of his mouth move. He let it. "Sirius died," he said, "because a broken system failed him. It failed him in Azkaban and it failed him in the Department of Mysteries and it would have kept failing him if he'd survived, because the system wasn't built to not fail people like Sirius." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "My parents died because the same system failed to stop Voldemort when stopping him was still possible. Because the families with the power to stop him were either supporting him or afraid of him or both, and because the institutions that should have been independent weren't." He paused. "I was used as a piece on a board because the system needed a piece with a specific function and I was the one available." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "You did it, Professor. With the best possible intentions, with more love than I think people understand, and you still did it. Because the plan needed me to be a certain kind of ignorant for it to work." The office was very quiet. The clock on the wall ticked. Fawkes made a small sound. Dumbledore looked at his desk for a moment. Then back up. "Yes," he said quietly. "I did." The simplicity of it was more than Harry had expected. He'd been ready for justifications, for the weight of greater necessity, for the particular architecture of Dumbledore's explanations that could make almost anything sound like the only possible choice. Not this. Not simple acknowledgement. "I'm not doing this to punish you," Harry said. "I want to be clear about that. I don't think you're a villain. I think you're someone who made impossible choices across a very long time and ran out of better options." He paused. "But the plan that required me to be ignorant, that plan is over. Whatever replaces it, I'm building. Not you. Not the Order. Not the Ministry." He looked at him steadily. "I need to know if you can accept that." Dumbledore was very still. "I have spent," he said slowly, the better part of a decade worrying about whether you would survive long enough to be the person I hoped you could become. He paused. I'm looking at that person. And he's considerably further along than I planned for. Something moved in his eyes, not quite grief, not quite pride, something between them that had no clean name. What exactly are you asking of me, Harry? Information, Harry said. Everything you know about Voldemort's Horcruxes. Whatever you found, whatever you suspect, whatever you've confirmed. I need to know it now, completely, without the rationing. Dumbledore looked at him. How do you know about the Horcruxes? Because they're the obvious answer, Harry said. He died and didn't die. He came back from nothing. Tether magic is the only framework that fits. And a man who feared death as fundamentally as Voldemort feared it would have made more than one. He kept his eyes steady on the old man. How many? A long pause. I believe 7, Dumbledore said. And then, with the weight of someone setting down something they'd been carrying alone for a very long time, I believe one of them may be you. The office was absolutely still. Harry sat with this for a moment. He'd thought about it, somewhere in the 9 days of preparation, somewhere in the depth of what the Merlin inheritance had opened up in him, the idea had been present in the periphery, a shape he'd been aware of without looking it directly. He looked at it now. When I performed the ritual, he said slowly, all 5 inheritances integrated. All of them. He thought about the cascade, the way each line had settled, the way the unified magic had felt afterward, complete, coherent, nothing foreign in it. If a Horcrux fragment was sitting in me, it would have surfaced during the weaving. The cascade would have found it. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. And? There was something, Harry said carefully. During the Merlin integration. Something that felt different from the other lines, not foreign exactly, but, not mine. I didn't identify it at the time. I was focused on staying open, not on categorizing everything I found. He paused. But I think I burned it out. Dumbledore stared at him. The Merlin inheritance is deep, Harry said. The deepest of the 5. When it integrated, it moved through everything, every magical channel, every existing structure. Something like a soul fragment, something that wasn't mine and didn't belong, it wouldn't survive that. The cascade would have incinerated it. He thought about the moment of falling upward, the ceiling he hadn't known was there. The complete integration. The afterward that had felt, for the first time, entirely like himself. I think it's gone. Dumbledore sat back in his chair. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him, in this specific moment, and also lighter. As if something he'd been braced against for a long time had stepped back. Harry, he said quietly. If you're right, then there are 6 remaining Horcruxes, Harry said, and I have the full Merlin inheritance to work with in destroying them, and I'm not going to do it on someone else's timeline. He looked at the headmaster. Tell me what you know. All of it. Tonight. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. This brilliant, ancient, complicated man who had shaped Harry's life with the care of a gardener and the presumption of an architect, who had loved him and used him and genuinely believed those 2 things were compatible, who was now sitting across a desk from what that love and use had ultimately produced and discovering it was larger than his plan. He opened the desk drawer and pulled out a journal. Then, he said, let us begin. Harry walked back to Hogsmeade at midnight under a sky full of stars, with Dumbledore's full accounting in his memory and a list in his pocket, 6 items long. He stood at the edge of the village and looked back at the castle, lit against the dark, and thought about the conversation they'd had, 2 hours of it, the real version, nothing managed or rationed, just 2 people in a room going through what was known and what was suspected and what needed to happen. Dumbledore had not apologized. He hadn't expected him to. What he had done was something that, Harry thought, might ultimately be more significant. He had handed over the wheel. Not gracefully, not without the particular grief of someone who'd been driving for a very long time. But genuinely. I am not, at 115, Too old to learn when a better driver has arrived, he'd said, with the dry wit that surfaced when he wasn't performing wisdom. Even if it is slightly uncomfortable for the ego. Harry had almost laughed. Almost. He arrived back to Grimmauld Place and arrived in the kitchen at 10 past midnight to find Hermione awake at the table with a new letter from Augusta Longbottom. The 3 co-signatories had been managed, 2 immediately and 1 with some persuasion, their withdrawals from the dormancy challenge formally lodged with the Wizengamot clerk. Without the co-signatories, the dormancy challenge would fail threshold on Friday. Without the dormancy challenge, the ICOW complaint would fail standing. Without the ICOW complaint, Lucius had nothing. "It's done," Hermione said, reading the letter a second time. "He's out of moves." "He's out of these moves," Harry said. He sat down. "He'll find new ones." "What happened at Hogwarts?" He told her. All of it, the conversation, the Horcruxes, the possibility that one had been in him and was now gone, Dumbledore handing over the information. She listened with her full attention, and when he finished she sat with it for a long moment in the way she did when something required genuine processing before she could respond to it usefully. "If you're right about the soul fragment," she said carefully. "If the cascade destroyed it, you'd need to confirm that. Before you act on it." "I know. But I know my own magic now better than I ever have. There's nothing in me that isn't mine." He looked at her. "I'd feel it if there was." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded, once, the nod she gave when she'd decided to trust something she couldn't fully verify, which was for Hermione a significant act. "Then 6, she said. 6. She picked up her quill. "I'll start a research framework tonight. Each Horcrux will need a different approach. We'll need to map what we know against what Dumbledore told you and identify the gaps." She was already writing. "This is going to take considerable, Hermione." She looked up. "Tonight," he said, "let it wait until tomorrow." She looked at him. At the clock. At her parchment. Then she put the quill down with the specific deliberateness of someone actively choosing to stop. "All right," she said. "Tomorrow." "Thank you." "Don't thank me. I'm going to start at 7. 6 would be better." "7, she said firmly. He almost smiled. 7. She went upstairs. He sat alone in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place for a few minutes, in the quiet of a house that was full of sleeping people who'd chosen to be here, who'd chosen to show up and stay and do the work. He thought about what had been built in 2 weeks, not just the unified house, not just the legal maneuverings and the political chess, but this. This specific thing. These specific people. Fawkes had made that sound in Dumbledore's office. That short sound like acknowledgement. Harry understood it now, he thought. Not the sound, the thing behind it. The recognition of something becoming what it was supposed to be. He went to bed. Tomorrow, the dormancy challenge would collapse. Tomorrow, Lucius Malfoy would have no legal ground left to stand on. And somewhere out there, 6 Horcruxes were waiting, and the person who was going to find them was not the boy who'd been pointed at problems and hoped to survive. He was something considerably more than that now, and he intended to show the difference. Chapter 7, What Dumbledore Knew. Friday arrived grey and purposeful, the kind of morning that felt like it had its agenda set before anyone woke up. Harry was at the Wizengamot by 9:30 with Hermione on his left and Neville on his right, the same configuration as the first session but carrying a completely different weight. The chamber had a different quality today, fuller, louder in the pre-session chatter, the ambient noise of people who'd spent 2 days talking about Thursday's developments and had arrived with opinions already formed and competing. The Morning Prophet had carried the news that 3 of the Dormancy Challenge's co-signatories had withdrawn, which had sent the story into a second cycle of coverage that was, if anything, more chaotic than the first. Harry had read it over breakfast at Grimmauld Place and set it aside. The Prophet's understanding of events was always several steps behind events, which was fine. He didn't need them to understand. He needed Griggs to call the session to order and the clerks to read the filing status of the dormancy challenge and the numbers to be what Augusta had made them. He found his seat and waited. Lucius was in his usual position, third row left, and for the first time in Harry's observation of him he was not entirely composed. It wasn't dramatic, nothing about Lucius Malfoy was ever dramatic, because drama was for people who couldn't manage their circumstances and Lucius's self-conception did not include that category. But the set of his jaw was slightly tighter than usual, and he'd arrived alone rather than with the cluster of allies that typically surrounded him in this chamber, which said something about the last 48 hours. Their eyes met. Harry nodded, the same minimal acknowledgement as before. Lucius looked away first. It was a small thing. It mattered. Griggs called the session to order. The clerk read the dormancy challenge filing status. 3 withdrawals, 1 procedural objection upheld by the Legal Affairs Office, the challenge falling below the minimum threshold for a full hearing. Dismissed. There was no dramatic noise. The chamber didn't erupt. Several people exchanged glances. A low movement of conversation ran through the tiered rows like a wave, and then Griggs moved to the next item and that was, legally, that. Lucius sat without moving, without visible reaction, with the particular stillness of someone processing the collapse of a significant structure and deciding in real time what the landscape looked like now that it had fallen. Augusta Longbottom, in her vulture hat, was in the 6th row right, and the look she gave Harry was so brief and so dry that you'd miss it if you weren't watching for it. He caught it and gave the smallest nod in return. The session ran for another 40 minutes covering items Harry had no particular interest in, and when it ended he didn't rush. He let the chamber empty around him at a natural pace, speaking to Hermione briefly about the Horcrux research framework she'd started that morning, watching the room move. Lucius left without approaching him. That was new. Bones found him in the corridor outside the chamber with the efficiency of someone who'd planned exactly where she needed to be at exactly this moment. The ICOW complaint was withdrawn this morning, she said quietly, falling into step beside him. 20 minutes before the Confederation's review period closed. Without the dormancy challenge standing, Malfoy had insufficient co-complainants and chose to withdraw rather than have it rejected on record. She paused. A rejected complaint creates a filing history that limits future access to that mechanism. Smart, Harry said. Infuriatingly so. She was quiet for a few steps. Rookwood's full debrief went to my 2 investigators last night. The Borgin transaction is being followed up through a warrant I've had signed by a judge who doesn't owe Lucius Malfoy anything. There are 3 of those left in the system and I intend to use them carefully. She looked at him sideways. He's going to come at you again. Not through the Wizengamot. Not through the ICOW. He's out of institutional mechanisms that he hasn't already burned or that we haven't blocked. Which leaves direct action, Harry said. Which leaves direct action, she confirmed. I want you to be aware that I have a protective detail I can assign. I don't need a protective detail. She gave him a look that was not quite the look adults gave teenagers who said things like that, but was adjacent to it. You're 16, I know, he said pleasantly. And I have the fully integrated magical inheritance of 5 of the most powerful lines in wizarding history, which currently makes me the most magically capable individual in Britain. He looked at her. I appreciate the offer and I mean that genuinely. But a protective detail would slow me down and create a target profile. I'm better without one. She studied him. He'd noticed that she did this, these deliberate pauses where she ran the assessment again rather than working from a previous version. It was a quality he respected. Most people, once they'd formed a position on a person, stopped looking. What I could use, he said, is the warrant information on the Borgin transaction as soon as it's available. If we know what the construct is and where it came from, we know more about what Lucius still has available to him. You'll have it by Monday, she said. Assuming the warrant runs cleanly. It will. He looked at her steadily. One more thing. Thaddeus Rookwood mentioned the Department of Mysteries has ancestral property survey records. Complete ones. Yes. Those records, who has access? Senior researchers. The head unspeakable. And, by historical charter, the chief of any recognized ancient and noble house, for their own property records. She paused. All 5 of your houses would have records in that archive. I'd like to formally request access. Through the appropriate channel, on the record. She looked at him, and he could see her reading the subtext of it, that he wanted the request formal and documented, a legitimate record of proper process, no grounds for anyone to later claim irregularity. I'll arrange it, she said. Monday, when you come in for the warrant information. Thank you, Director. She made a sound that was almost a laugh. Don't thank me. I'm getting the evidence I've wanted for 30 years out of this arrangement. She walked away, and Harry stood in the ministry corridor and thought about Lucius Malfoy running out of institutional tools and what that left him with, and about the 6 items on the list in his pocket, and about everything that needed to happen next. Draco was still at Grimmauld Place. He'd been there 2 nights now and had moved from the slightly frozen quality of his first arrival, a person in unfamiliar territory managing it through stillness, into something more operational. He'd taken over one end of the kitchen table with his own research, specifically a detailed mapping of his father's remaining assets and connections that he'd been building from memory, methodically and without apparent emotional reaction to the subject matter. When Harry came back from the ministry and looked at what he'd produced, he understood immediately that growing up as Lucius Malfoy's son in Lucius Malfoy's house had given Draco an education in political architecture that no school curriculum covered. 3 remaining levers, Draco said, pointing at his map with a quill. Private ones. Not institutional. He indicated the first. Yaxley. He's active Death Eater, DMLE embedded. Lucius knows his identity. He's been holding it as insurance for 6 years, it keeps Yaxley manageable and gives him a DMLE ear. He moved to the second. A financial network. Shell accounts running through 4 European wizarding banks, routed in a pattern that took me most of yesterday to reconstruct from memory. It's how he moves significant gold without ministry notification. He indicated the third. And a location. A secondary property in Wales that doesn't appear in any official property registry. He's been maintaining it off record since the First War. Harry looked at the map. You've been building this since you arrived. I've known most of it for years, Draco said, and his voice was entirely flat about it. I grew up in that house. He didn't hide things from me as much as he thought he did. I think he assumed I was a guaranteed quantity. He set the quill down. I was, for a long time. Then I wasn't, and the inventory was already in my head. The Yaxley information goes to Bones, Harry said immediately. Yes. The financial network, Ragnarok can trace it from his end if you give him the shell account structure. He'll find it faster than any ministry investigator. Draco looked at the map. The Welsh property is the one I'm not sure about. He keeps things there that I only know about peripherally. Whatever it is, it's significant. He's been protecting it longer than I've been alive. Harry looked at the Welsh location marked on Draco's map. A small mark in the Brecon beacons, remote, unmarked on any official record. Has Voldemort been to that property? He asked. Draco's jaw tightened. The name did that to him, not fear exactly, but the reflex response of someone who'd been trained since childhood to avoid it and was actively working to override the training. I don't know, he said. But my father met with him privately twice in the months after his return that I know of. The meetings weren't at the manor. I don't know where they were. The property surveys from the Dom archive, Hermione said from across the table. She was looking at the map with the focused expression. If that property exists in the magical world, the survey will have picked it up. The survey records everything with significant magical activity, registered or not. We get access Monday, Harry said. That gives us the weekend. She looked at Draco. The shell account structure, write down everything you remember, exactly as you remember it. Leave nothing out, even things that seem minor. Draco pulled fresh parchment toward himself. The kitchen settled back into its working rhythm, papers, quills, the low movement of people thinking through problems, creature bringing tea that nobody had asked for. Luna was reading on the sofa in the adjacent room, occasionally contributing observations from behind the doorframe that were unfailingly useful and always unexpected. Neville was upstairs finishing the updated lineage map with the property amendments included. Ginny was standing at the kitchen window, looking out at the grey London afternoon, and when Harry came to stand beside her she didn't look at him immediately. "Lucius is going to go to Voldemort," she said quietly. "Yes," he said. "When he runs out of his own tools, he'll use his position in that camp to try to get Voldemort to solve the problem directly." She was watching the street, her arms crossed. "It's a dangerous trade, admitting to Voldemort that you failed to stop something is not a safe thing in that world. But he's running out of options." "He might frame it as an opportunity," Harry said. "Voldemort's been building toward an open conflict anyway. Lucius could position this as, the unified house as a threat worth addressing personally. Which puts you in Voldemort's direct sights faster than you might have been otherwise," she said. She finally looked at him. Her brown eyes were direct and carrying something she wasn't naming yet, something she was still deciding whether to name. "We haven't talked about Voldemort. In all of this. The ritual, the Wizengamot, the Horcruxes, we've been moving fast and it's all been necessary, but we haven't sat down and talked about the fact that at the end of all of this, you still have to face him." "I know," he said. "The ritual made you more powerful. The 5 inheritances, the unified house, the Merlin knowledge, all of it makes you significantly more capable than you were 2 weeks ago." Her voice was careful and honest. "But we don't know yet what it means in a direct confrontation with someone who's been practicing dark arts for 60 years and has structured his entire existence around being unkillable. I'm working on the unkillable part. 6 Horcruxes is a significant project." "5, he said. "If I'm right about what happened during the cascade." She looked at him. "Hermione said you need to verify that." "I know. And I will." He held her gaze. "I'm not reckless about it, Ginny. I'm not going to walk into anything without understanding the ground first." He paused. "But I'm also not going to spend years preparing while he rebuilds his army. The pace matters." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "I know. I've seen you work for 2 weeks. You don't miss things." She looked back out the window. "I just want to say it out loud. That I know what this ends with. And I'm not," she paused, precise with her words in the way she always was when something mattered enough to get exactly right, "I'm not frightened for you in the way that assumes you can't handle it. I'm aware of what you can handle. I've been aware of it since 3rd year, actually, when you produced a full corporeal Patronus at 13 and seemed to think that was normal." The corner of her mouth moved. "I just don't want us to be so focused on the architecture of the problem that we forget to be people about it," he said. "Something like that." She looked at him with the directness that was just Ginny, no performance in it, no agenda. "Yes." He thought about what she wasn't saying. About the thing that had been developing in the space between them since the night at Peverell's Rise when she told him to own what he'd done, that specific quality of being seen by someone who neither diminished nor deified what they saw. "After Friday," he said. "When this particular fire is out. Can we," he searched for the word, "talk. Actually talk. Not about Horcruxes or ward structures or Lucius Malfoy." She looked at him. "What would we talk about instead?" "I have no idea," he said honestly. "But I'd like to find out." She was quiet for a moment. Something settled in her expression, not softening exactly, more like arriving. "After Friday," she said. "Yes." He nodded. She looked back out the window. They stood side by side in the grey afternoon light and didn't need to say anything else, which was its own kind of significant. The weekend passed in organized momentum. Draco finished the shell account reconstruction. Harry sent it to Ragnarok through the Gringotts' formal communication channel with a cover note explaining the context, and Ragnarok's response arrived the following morning, a single sentence that said we will find every vault in 3 days. The Accord does not protect accounts built on false declarations. Harry read it and felt the very specific satisfaction of watching a mechanism designed for one purpose being redirected toward a better one. The Yaxley information went to Bones. Her response was 2 words, confirmed. Moving. Sunday was quiet enough that Harry spent 4 hours in the Black Library with the Merlin archive, not looking for anything specific, just letting himself learn the shape of it. The knowledge in the unified inheritance wasn't like reading a book, wasn't like remembering facts. It was more like having spent years in a particular landscape and knowing instinctively where the paths ran and where the ground was soft. He was still learning the landscape, but it was becoming familiar. He found something relevant to Neville's parents. Not a cure, nothing so simple. But a theoretical framework in the 9th century archive for approaching sustained cruciatus damage differently than modern healers approached it, which treated the condition as a rupture in the mind's magical architecture rather than as simple neural damage. The archive described 2 cases of recovery from extended cruciatus exposure using a combined magical meditative approach that required a healer of significant power and a patient with intact but suppressed magical response. He copied it out completely. All 12 pages. He didn't tell Neville immediately, not because he was withholding, but because he needed to understand it fully before he handed it over and created a hope that had specific dimensions. He worked through it twice more, testing his understanding against the unified inheritance's instinctive sense of magical healing architecture. On Sunday evening he sat down with Neville at the kitchen table and put the 12 pages in front of him. Neville looked at the pages for a long moment without touching them. "Is this," he started. "It's not a guarantee," Harry said. "I want to be clear about that first. The cases in the archive are from the 9th century, the conditions aren't perfectly analogous, and the approach would require a healer willing to work outside standard St. Mungo's protocols." He looked at Neville steadily. "But it's real, and it's more than anyone's found before, and I think it's worth pursuing." Neville picked up the first page. He read it slowly, with the focused care of someone who was also managing what it felt like to read it, which was a significant amount of work to do simultaneously. His hands were steady. His expression was the careful one, the one that processed privately. He reached the end of the 3rd page and set it down and looked at the table for a moment. "There's a magical healer," he said, "at St. Mungo's. Healer Strout's department. Her name is Pendleton and she's been doing unconventional research for years. She's been quietly frustrated with the standard approach for as long as she's been there." He paused. "If I bring this to her?" "I'll come with you if you want," Harry said. "The unified house's backing carries some institutional weight, and if she needs to work outside standard protocols, it might help to have the formal support." Neville looked at him for a long moment. His eyes were doing the thing they'd been doing since the kitchen in Grimmauld Place when Augusta had mentioned Frank and Alice, that carefully managed wanting, the thing held very precisely so it didn't become expectation that could be taken away. "Yes," he said quietly. "I'd like that." "Tuesday," Harry said. "We'll go Tuesday." Neville nodded once and picked the pages back up and continued reading, and Harry stood and refilled both their teas and left him to it. Monday morning, the Dom Archive. The Department of Mysteries was quieter at 9 in the morning than it had been at 2 in the afternoon on their previous visit, fewer researchers, most doors closed, the distinctive atmospheric stillness of a place whose primary business was conducted in the absence of observation. Bones met them in the outer corridor, Harry and Hermione, who had brought her most comprehensive list of things to look for and had been visibly containing her excitement about the Dom's archive access since Saturday. The archivist was a small witch named Prudence who appeared to be approximately 600 years old and turned out to be about 40, and who showed Harry to the ancestral property survey section with the brisk efficiency of someone who had decided opinions about how archives should be used and was pleased to see them used correctly. The survey records were extraordinary. Complete magical topography of the British Isles, updated continuously through passive detection charms, every property with significant magical activity catalogued by location, ward signature, and primary claim. Hermione made a sound when she saw the scope of it that was somewhere between delight and despair. Harry went straight for the Welsh location that Draco had marked. It was there. Of course it was. The survey record for the Brecon Beacon's location showed a property with significant magical activity, primary ward signature unregistered, last active survey reading 48 hours ago. The ward signature profile was flagged in the record with a notation Harry hadn't seen in any other entry, a small red asterisk and the letters DMOC. "What's DMOC?" he asked Prudence. She looked at the record with an expression of careful neutrality. "Dark magic of consequence," she said. "It's a classification flag applied when a property survey picks up magical signatures consistent with significant dark activity. It triggers an automatic alert to the DMLE. Has anyone acted on that alert?" She looked at him with an expression that communicated, without saying it, that she had thoughts about this that she was not in a position to share formally. "The alert on that property was filed 18 months ago," she said. "I'm not in a position to comment on what the DMLE's response was." Harry looked at Hermione. She was looking at the record with the focused expression, reading the survey details. "The ward signature," she said. "Look at the component breakdown." He looked. The ward signature for the property included a standard dark warding profile and beneath it, in the technical notation of the survey system, a secondary magical signature that the system had classified as ambient soul tether, fragmented. He and Hermione looked at each other. "Horcrux," she said quietly. "The survey picked up a Horcrux." "Which one?" "The survey doesn't distinguish. It just detected the soul tether signature." She was very still. "Harry. If this property is connected to Lucius, and the survey detected a Horcrux there, Lucius is storing it," Harry said. "Or he knows it's there. Either he's been entrusted with it or he found it and kept the information," she said. "Both are equally dangerous," he said. "And useful." He looked at the location on the survey map. The Brecon Beacons. Remote, unmarked, unregistered. "We need to go there." Harry, not impulsively, he said immediately, because he could hear what she was about to say and she wasn't wrong about it. "Planned. Properly. With the right preparation." He looked at the survey map. "But soon." She looked at the record for another moment. "Then, we need to tell Dumbledore." "Yes," he said. "We do." He sent a Patronus to Hogwarts while they were still in the archive, brief and direct, found a location. Brecon Beacons. Survey shows soul tether signature. Connected to Malfoy. Need to move this week. Fawkes arrived in the Department of Mysteries 11 minutes later with a note in Dumbledore's handwriting. "I know of no Horcrux at that location, which means it has been moved there since my last intelligence. Come to Hogwarts tonight. Bring Miss Granger. We will plan this carefully." Below the main message, in slightly smaller script, also, "I believe I owe you an apology that I gave you last week inadequately. I would like to try again, if you're willing." Harry read it twice. Put it in his pocket. "Tonight," he told Hermione. "Hogwarts." She nodded and went back to the archive. He moved to a different section of the survey records and started looking at the 5 ancestral properties associated with the unified house, Peverell's Rise, the Potter Vault associated properties, 2 black estates, and a location in the Scottish Highlands that the Merlin Inheritance Archive referenced but that had no modern equivalent on any property registry. Hermione found him an hour later with a stack of copied survey records under her arm and an expression of intense concentration. "The Scottish location," she said without preamble. "I know," he said. "I was just looking at it. The survey has it flagged as the oldest active magical site in the British Isles. Ward signatures dating to the late 5th century. The magic there is," she looked at her notes, "the survey system actually ran an override classification because the signature type didn't fit any modern category. Because it predates modern classification, Harry said. He knew this from the Merlin archive. The knowledge was just there, as it had been since the Cascade, not a memory of reading it, just a fact that the unified inheritance carried. That property is Caer Myrddin. It was Merlin's primary seat. Hermione stared at him. It's been sealed for 14 centuries, he said. Under a ward structure that transfers to the current heir of the Merlin line upon formal declaration. He looked at her. Which happened 9 days ago. She processed this. He watched the moment it landed fully. The Merlin seat is yours, she said. Active. Open to you. Now. Yes. And you're only telling me this now? I only finished verifying it this morning. She pressed her lips together in a way that said she had opinions about his communication timeline and would be sharing them. Then, what's at Caer Myrddin? I don't know exactly. He thought about it. The archive had references to the seat's contents, but they were cryptic in the way that 9th century texts tended to be cryptic, more concerned with the significance of things than their specific nature. But the Merlin inheritance tells me it's important. And that I should go there before I go to the Brecon Beacons. She looked at him carefully. Why? Because whatever Merlin left there for his heir, he said, I think he left it specifically for the heir who would need it to do what needs to be done. She was quiet. Then, that's either the most logical thing I've ever heard or the most, Hermione. Right. Yes. She picked up her copies. When do we go to Scotland? Wednesday, he said. After St. Mungo's with Neville on Tuesday. He looked at her. Then the Brecon Beacons Thursday. We destroy the Horcrux. Then we work through the rest. He said it as a sequence, as a plan, as the simple logistical ordering of necessary events. She looked at him for a moment, this person she'd known for 5 years, who had been her best friend for most of that time, who she had helped research a ritual for and watched walk into a circle of old stone and come out the other side as something both more and less explicable than before. You've already worked all of this out, she said. Most of it. And you're telling me now because I needed to confirm the survey records before I turned it from thinking into planning, he said. And because you think better when you're part of the shaping of something rather than being handed the finished version. She looked at him steadily. That's very observant of you. I've known you for 5 years. Stop using that as an explanation for things, she said, but there was something in her voice that wasn't quite exasperation. Come on. We're going to be late for Hogwarts. The conversation with Dumbledore that evening was different from the first one. Not in logistics, they sat in the same chairs, the same office, the same amber lamplight, Fawkes on his perch observing with what Harry had begun to interpret as editorial judgment. But the quality of it was different. The first conversation had been a reckoning, 2 people settling an account that had accumulated across years. This one was something else. This one was collaboration, genuine and without the undertow of managed information or careful positioning. Dumbledore spread the survey map on his desk and looked at the Brecon Beacon's location with an expression that was assessing and troubled in equal measure. This was not where I would have looked, he said quietly. Lucius kept it off the record for 18 months, Harry said. The DMLE alert went unacknowledged. Because of his source inside the DMLE, Dumbledore said. He looked up. Director Bones is pursuing that now, I take it. Yaxley, Harry said. She's moving on him. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then the property may become less secure for our purposes once that action proceeds. He looked at the survey map. If Yaxley knows his position is compromised, he might alert Lucius, Harry said. Who might move the Horcrux? Precisely. He straightened. You need to go to Wales before Bones takes Yaxley. We go Thursday. I should come with you, Dumbledore said. He said it without presumption, just as a statement of position, offered for consideration rather than imposed. The difference from how he might have said it 6 months ago was significant enough that Harry sat with it for a moment. You know Horcrux destruction methodology, Harry said. "I've destroyed one," he confirmed. "I know the risks better than anyone alive." He paused. "And I have certain capabilities that might be relevant to the approach." He looked at his hands briefly, and Harry noticed for the first time that one of them, the right one, was darker at the fingertips than it should be, a residual marking of something old. The ring, Harry realized. The gaunt ring. The Horcrux Dumbledore had already destroyed, and what it had cost him to do it. "You weren't going to tell me about that," Harry said. "No," Dumbledore said simply. "I was managing it." "Because you were managing everything." "Because I was managing everything." He met Harry's eyes. "I believe I've been persuaded that this approach has limited value." "The persuasion has been recent and thorough." Harry looked at the older man. At the slight damage to his hand, at the weight that had been sitting in him since the Department of Mysteries and probably long before, at the 115 years of a life spent being the person in the room who was most responsible for the outcome and had carried that responsibility with a completeness that had ultimately cost everyone around him something. "You can come to Wales," Harry said. "Thursday morning. We leave from Peverell's Rise." Dumbledore looked at him. Something moved in his face, not surprise, but something adjacent to relief, the feeling of being included rather than managed. It was a specific feeling, Harry knew, because he'd spent 5 years on the other side of it. "Thank you, Harry," he said quietly. "Don't thank me yet," Harry said. "Hermione is going to make you read all the preparation documentation before we go, and she's thorough." Hermione, who was sitting slightly to one side reviewing the survey records, looked up. "Extensively thorough," she confirmed, without apology. Dumbledore looked at her with an expression that was very close to fond. "Miss Granger," he said. "I begin to suspect you are the most genuinely dangerous person in this room." She considered this. "Probably," she said, and went back to her notes. The corner of Harry's mouth moved. They spent another hour in the office going through the Horcrux list, all 6, one confirmed destroyed by Dumbledore, one suspected destroyed by the ritual cascade, for remaining including the Welsh property's unknown occupant. They mapped what was known, what was suspected, what needed to be confirmed. Dumbledore contributed detail that Harry didn't have. Harry contributed the Merlin Archive's theoretical framework for soul magic, which made Dumbledore stop and look at him twice with an expression of genuine scholarly surprise. "That framework," Dumbledore said, after Harry had described the Merlin inheritance's approach to soul tether theory. "That predates everything in modern magical understanding." "Where did," he stopped. "The archive." "The archive," Harry confirmed. "Merlin spent 40 years theorizing about the nature of soul magic," Dumbledore said slowly. "We have fragments. References. Nothing direct." He looked at Harry with that assessing look, updated again. "You have the full archive." "It's enormous," Harry said. "I'm still learning the shape of it." "I've been trying to reconstruct pieces of that work for decades," Dumbledore said. The statement was bare of its usual architecture, just a fact, unmanaged. "May I, at some point, discuss what you're finding? Not to take from you. To understand it better." Harry looked at him. "Yes," he said. "I'd like that actually." He meant it. This was the version of Albus Dumbledore that Harry had always suspected existed beneath the management and the strategy, the scholar, the person who'd spent a century being the most capable person in every room and had built a kind of loneliness into that position that he'd compensated for with grand plans and protective architecture. This version, sitting in the lamplight, asking to be allowed to learn something, this was a person Harry thought he could actually know. It would take time. Things worth having usually did. They walked back down through the castle at 10 o'clock, Harry and Hermione, through the familiar corridors with the torches and the moving portraits and the distant sounds of a school settling into its evening. At the main doors, Hermione stopped and looked up at the castle's face, the towers, the light in certain windows, the whole impossible beloved shape of it. "We're going to be back here in September," she said. It wasn't a question. Yes, Harry said. 7th year. She looked at it. Whatever that looks like. Different, he said. Better. She was quiet for a moment. Then, the Merlin seat in Scotland. Caer Murden. She looked at him. What do you think is there? He'd been thinking about this since the archive, since the knowledge in the unified inheritance had offered him its oblique sense of the place, significant, waiting, purposeful. I don't know exactly, he said honestly. But I think it's the same thing that Peverell's Rise was. Something built by someone who knew what was coming and left it for the person who'd eventually need it. Merlin, she said. Building something 14 centuries ago for an heir he'd never meet. He seems to have been fairly thorough about preparation. She smiled, real and warm. You get that from him, then? Among other things, he said. They went out into the night, and behind them the castle stood as it had stood for 1,000 years, and tomorrow had Scotland and Tuesday had St. Mungo's and Thursday had Wales, and somewhere between all of it there was a conversation he was going to have with Ginny Weasley that he was already looking forward to with a specific warmth that had nothing to do with strategy or planning. The ring pulsed on his finger. He walked down the road toward Hogsmeade under a sky that was finally, completely clear. Chapter 8, A New Foundation. Caer Murden was in the highlands north of Inverness, in a valley that the Ordnance Survey map called Unnamed and the Dom Survey called the oldest active magical site in the British Isles, and that turned out to be, when Harry stood at its edge on a Wednesday morning in late July with Hermione beside him and the unified magic stretched out ahead of him like a hand finding a familiar wall, home. Not in the sentimental sense. Not the way Hogwarts was home, warm and storied and full of people. This was older than that. This was the specific feeling of genetic memory, of a body recognizing landscape it has never personally visited but carries in the architecture of its blood. The valley was narrow and green, threaded through by a burn that moved fast over dark stone, and at its northern end the hillside opened into a natural amphitheater of rock where something stood that the modern eye tried to read as a ruin and couldn't quite, because it was simultaneously too intact for a ruin and too ancient for a building. Caer Murden. Merlin's seat. It hadn't been touched in 14 centuries. The ward structure around it was the oldest Harry had ever felt, not the dense complexity of Peverell's Rise or the layered institutional weight of Hogwarts, but something simpler and therefore more fundamental, the way a single load-bearing column is more essential than an entire decorative facade. It was a ward that said one thing and said it completely: this place waits. Harry pressed his right hand to the outer boundary, the Gryffindor ring forward, and felt the unified magic of all 5 lines meet the ward structure and be recognized. The ward exhaled. The same word kept applying to these old places: exhaled, released, settled, because what they did when they finally opened was less like a door unlocking and more like a held breath let go. They walked in. Inside, Caer Murden was a single large room of natural stone, partially open to the sky where the roof had opened over centuries to let the weather through, with a floor that was level and dry despite the opening, maintained by enchantments that had simply continued doing their job because nobody had told them to stop. Along the walls were shelves, carved directly into the rock, smooth with age, and on them objects that Harry's unified inheritance recognized before his conscious mind could name them. Tools of the old magic. Pre-wand, pre-institution, pre-codification. Instruments from an era when magic was less a discipline and more a conversation, between the practitioner and the land, between the living and the ancestral, between what was and what could be. At the center of the room was a stone table. On the table was a single object. It was a book, or it was shaped like a book, bound in something that wasn't leather and wasn't parchment and that hummed with a quiet resonance that Harry felt in his teeth. On the cover, in a script that the unified magic translated without effort, for the heir who completes what was begun. Harry picked it up. It opened to the first page, which was blank, and then not blank, text appearing in the old script, translating itself in real time, one sentence forming fully before the next began, as if the book was reading him as much as he was reading it. "I did not know your name," the first line said. "I knew your nature." That was sufficient. Hermione was looking over his shoulder. She made a small sound. It's writing itself as you read it. As I hold it, Harry said. It's responding to the inheritance. The work I left unfinished was not mine to finish, the book continued. The foundations of a just order cannot be built by one person in one lifetime. They require the patience of blood, the accumulation of a lineage moving toward a necessary convergence. You are that convergence. What you do with it determines whether the foundation holds. He stood in the center of Caer Myrddin and read what Merlin had left, and what Merlin had left was not a weapon, not a cache of ancient spells, not power in the sense that power was usually understood. What Merlin had left was a framework, a complete theory of magical governance, built across decades of thought, describing in precise and practical terms what a just magical society could look like and how to build it from first principles rather than from the rubble of the previous attempt. It was 1400 years old and it addressed, with an accuracy that suggested either profound foresight or profound understanding of human patterns, every specific failure that the modern British wizarding world had enacted. Harry read for an hour. Hermione read beside him. Neither of them spoke. When he closed the book, which closed with the feeling of something completing rather than ending, she looked at him with an expression he'd never seen on her face before. Not awe, which she'd already used at Peverell's rise. Something past awe. Something that was recognition, the feeling of seeing the thing you've been reaching toward your entire life presented in its fullest form. He was building toward this, she said quietly. Not just the unified inheritance. The governance framework. He wanted someone to have both, the authority and the blueprint. He built the authority structures into the bloodlines, Harry said. And he put the blueprint here. So that when the authority was finally claimed, there'd be something to do with it beyond just having it. She looked at the book in his hands. That's going to take years to implement. Yes, he said. Good thing we're young. She laughed, genuine, bright, the laugh she kept for moments of genuine surprise, and it echoed off the ancient stone walls of Caer Myrddin in a way that felt entirely appropriate, felt like exactly the right sound for this specific room to hear after 14 centuries of waiting. He tucked the book inside his robes, close to his chest, and they walked back out into the Highland morning. St. Mungo's on Tuesday had been its own thing. Healer Pendleton was a compact witch in her 50s with the manner of someone who had spent 20 years fighting an institution from the inside and had developed, through necessity, the specific patience of a person who knew they were right and had learned to wait for the moment when being right became actionable. She'd looked at Harry's 12 pages of Merlin archive framework for treating long-term cruciatus damage and gone very still in the way that people went still when they were reading something that reorganized their understanding of a field they'd spent their career in. This is real, she'd said. Not a question. It's from a source I trust completely, Harry said. She'd looked at him over the pages. The heir of Merlin walks into my office with 9th century healing theory. She'd set the pages down with the care of someone handling evidence. I've been trying to argue for a modified approach to the Longbottom case for 6 years. Standard protocol has overruled me every time. She'd looked at Neville, who had been sitting very still in the chair beside Harry. Your parents' magical signatures are still active. Suppressed, damaged, but present. That's been consistent in every diagnostic I've run. She'd paused. The standard view is that the mind can't be reached through a magical approach when the damage is this extensive. This, she'd tapped the pages, argues the opposite. That the magical approach is the only one that can work at this depth. What would you need to try it? Harry had asked. Permission from the family, she'd said, looking at Neville. Approval from the department head, which I can pursue through proper channels now that I have theoretical backing of sufficient weight. She'd paused. And you? Your unified inheritance, the Merlin line specifically, is described in this framework as the anchoring element for this type of approach. The theoretical framework says it requires a practitioner with access to the old magic to stabilize the process. Neville had been quiet for a long moment. How long would it take? I don't know, she'd said honestly. The framework describes a process, not a timeline. It could be weeks. It could be months. She'd met his eyes directly. I'm not promising you recovery. I'm telling you there's a path that nobody has walked yet, and I'm willing to walk it. He'd looked at Harry. Harry had nodded. Yes, Neville had said. Whatever you need. Yes. The paperwork had started that afternoon. Harry had personally signed the institutional backing letter under the Unified House seal, which carried sufficient weight that the department head had looked at it, looked at Pendleton's proposal, looked at the 12 pages of Merlin archive theory, and approved the modified treatment protocol without a single procedural objection, which Pendleton described afterward as the fastest approval she'd ever witnessed in 20 years at St. Mungo's. Neville hadn't said much on the way back. He'd sat in the Grimmauld Place kitchen that evening with his coffee going cold and his hands folded on the table, and eventually he'd said to nobody in particular, Gran's coming to the first session. She asked if she could come. Of course she can, Harry said. Neville had nodded. Picked up his coffee. Right, he'd said. Just that. But the way he said it, the single syllable carrying everything it was carrying, was enough. Thursday was Wales. They met at Peverell's Rise at 7 in the morning, the sky pale and the valley quiet, and the group that assembled there was not what Harry would have predicted 2 weeks ago. Dumbledore arrived at 7:05 through the front ward boundary, which recognized him without difficulty. The Unified House wards had a particular quality of discernment that Harry had discovered during the building, an inherited instinct for recognizing intent, and Dumbledore's intent was as clear as it had been in anything. He was dressed simply, no flamboyance, wand already at his belt, and he greeted Hermione and Neville with the warmth of a man who was not performing anything. Ginny was there. Luna was there. Draco, who had been at Grimmauld Place all week and had continued producing intelligence maps with the focused industry of someone who had found, in useful work, a version of himself he seemed to like better than the previous one, had asked to come and Harry had said yes. The Welsh property was 200 miles south, warded against apparition, which they'd anticipated from the survey records. They traveled by a combination of Portkey, Harry's now to create without ministry notification, under the Unified House's old authority, and on foot for the last mile through moorland that smelled like rain and heather and old magic, the kind that had been sleeping in the land for longer than anyone had thought to record. The property itself was invisible from outside, like Peverell's Rise, that same quality of absence, a gap in the world's attention. But where Peverell's Rise had felt like a held breath waiting to be released, this felt like something held shut deliberately. The difference was intention, one sealed in hope, one sealed in concealment. Dumbledore stood at the boundary and looked at the ward structure with narrowed eyes. The outer layer is recent, he said quietly. Last 18 months. But beneath it, he paused, reading the magical topology with the expertise of someone who had been doing this since before most people's grandparents were born. The base structure is very old. This location predates Malfoy's use of it. He found something here. What's the ward structure built around? Harry asked. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. A natural magical focus point. The land here has a resonance, he looked at Harry, similar to what I understand Caer Myrddin to have. Not as old. Not as strong. But related in character. Harry felt it too, now that Dumbledore named it. A pull in the unified magic, faint but present, a recognition of something old in the ground beneath them. Ley line junction, he said. Yes. And someone placed something here that feeds from that energy. He looked at Harry steadily. It's been stable. Maintained. Whatever Horcrux is on this property, it's been treated with care. Lucius knew what it was, Harry said. Almost certainly. He paused. Which means Voldemort may have trusted him with its safekeeping. Which means Lucius's value to his lord is partly this. And when it's gone, Lucius becomes significantly less valuable, Dumbledore said. Yes. Harry looked at the ward boundary. Can we get through without triggering an alert? Hermione spoke from his other side. The outer wards are standard high security with a detection component, but the detection keys to magical force. It's designed to catch someone breaking through, not slipping through the existing claim structure. She looked at Harry. The ley line junction beneath is responding to the unified house. I can feel it from here. The land recognizes the primary claim. Because ley junctions are natural anchor points, Harry said, and the knowledge from the archive was just there, as it always was now. They don't belong to human authority structures. They're pre-institutional. The land doesn't recognize Lucius's ward. It recognizes the deeper claim. Can you use that? Ginny asked. Yes, he said. What he did next was difficult to describe from the outside and difficult to describe from the inside. He reached through the unified magic, not a spell, not a charm, nothing with an incantation or a wand motion, and spoke to the ley junction the way the Merlin archive described speaking to natural magical focuses, not commanding, not forcing, but addressing. Making the land aware that the heir of the primary claim was at its boundary and requesting passage. The outer ward dissolved in a section approximately 4 feet wide and 2 feet tall, not breaking, not collapsing, simply stepping aside like a curtain moved by a hand. The inner wards, Lucius's construction, held. But they were now accessible, and Hermione went to work on them with the precise efficiency of someone who had prepared for exactly this and had the methodology entirely mapped. 6 minutes. The ward fell. They walked in. The property was a stone outbuilding, low and ancient, probably originally agricultural and converted to its current purpose long before Lucius found it. Inside, past a second door that opened to the Gryffindor ring without resistance, they found a stone alcove in the far wall with a preservation enchantment around it, and inside the enchantment, on a plain wooden shelf, a small golden cup. Hufflepuff's cup. Harry stood in front of it and felt the soul tether signature immediately, the wrongness of it, the specifically unnatural quality of a fragment of soul housed in an object, like a note played in a key that doesn't fit the song. He'd felt it before, distantly, as a background wrongness he hadn't had words for. Now he had words, and the Merlin Archive's framework for soul magic, and a complete understanding of what he was looking at. Dumbledore stood beside him. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, he said quietly. One of 4 Hogwarts founders' objects he used. He looked at it with the expression of a man confronting something he'd searched for and taken no pleasure in finding. I suspected this one but couldn't confirm the location. How do we destroy it? Neville asked, from behind them. Fiend fire is traditional, Dumbledore said. Goblin metal works, the sword of Gryffindor can pierce it. Basilisk venom. He paused. There is also, now, a less destructive option that I hadn't considered before this week. Harry looked at him. The Merlin Archive's soul magic framework, Dumbledore said, and his voice had the careful quality it took when he was being precise about something significant. What you described to me Monday, the approach to soul tether dissolution that treats the fragment as fundamentally seeking reintegration rather than as a foreign entity to be destroyed. The fragment dissolves rather than being incinerated, Harry said. The soul piece returns to its source and the object is freed of the taint. He looked at the cup. The object survives. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, intact, Hermione said quietly. That's better, Harry said simply. He reached into the alcove, Dumbledore put a hand briefly on his arm, not stopping him, just present, and he acknowledged it, and picked up the cup. The soul fragment recoiled. That was the only word for what it did, a sharp inward jerk of the wrongness, the piece of Voldemort's soul sensing the unified magic and recognizing something it didn't have a category for. Dark Souls fragments had categories for power they could overcome, power they could manipulate, power they could avoid. What they didn't have categories for was authority, old, legitimate, rooted authority that predated the entire framework of dark magic as a practice. Harry held the cup and did what the archive described. He didn't force. He didn't fight. He spoke to the fragment, not in words, in intent, in the specific magical language of the Merlin inheritance that was older than English and older than Latin and older than any written script, and what he said was essentially, this is not where you belong, and you know it, and the thing you were severed from is calling you back, and you can go. The cup went cold in his hands. Ice cold. Then hot. Then ordinary. The wrongness was gone. He turned it over. A plain golden cup, old and beautiful, with a badger engraved on the handle. No dark magic in it. No soul tether. Just an artifact. He handed it to Dumbledore, who received it with both hands and looked at it for a long moment with an expression that Harry thought might have been grief for the people who'd made these objects and the use they'd been put to. That, Dumbledore said quietly, is something entirely new. Or something very old, Harry said. The days after Wales moved differently than the days before it, slower in some respects, faster in others, with the quality of a campaign that has reached its middle distance and found its stride. Amelia Bones arrested Yaxley on a Thursday morning with the particular efficiency of a law enforcement action that had been prepared thoroughly and executed fast. The arrest came with sufficient documented evidence, financial records, communication logs, a witness statement from Rookwood who had made his choice and was sticking to it, that it stuck immediately, no procedural gaps for Lucius to exploit. Yaxley was in ministry custody by noon. Lucius learned about it by 2 o'clock. What Lucius did between 2 o'clock Thursday and Friday morning was something Harry pieced together afterward from 3 sources: Draco's knowledge of his father's habits, Ragnarok's financial alert system, and a late-night Patronus from Narcissa Malfoy, who had turned out to be significantly more forthcoming in direct communication than anyone had anticipated, and who wrote to Harry with a precision and a specific quality of settled decision that told him she'd been making this choice for a very long time and was simply now making it out loud. Lucius had contacted Voldemort. Just as Ginny had predicted. He'd framed it as intelligence, presented Harry's unified house as a significant threat requiring direct attention, which was both accurate and a bid for continued relevance in a world where his institutional value had evaporated. He'd reported the loss of Hufflepuff's cup without being specific about how it had been lost, which was a gamble that Voldemort would be more interested in the action required than the failure that had preceded it. It had not gone as planned. Voldemort was not, apparently, interested in being managed by a lieutenant who had failed to prevent a significant setback. The meeting had ended badly, in the specific way that meetings with Voldemort ended badly, and Lucius Malfoy had operated home from it with 2 broken fingers and a revised understanding of his position in the hierarchy. Harry knew this because Narcissa Malfoy told him. In a letter. Directly. He is alive, she wrote, in the precise handwriting of a woman born Narcissa Black, who had married into a position and spent 20 years navigating it with more intelligence than her husband ever credited her for. He is in the manor, which still has its basic wards. He is not inclined toward further political action at the present time. I do not think he is a threat to you in his current state. I am writing to you because I believe you should know this, and because my son has chosen a direction and I have chosen to stand behind him. The black name means something, Lord Emery's Peverell. You said as much. I am prepared to demonstrate that I understand what it means. Harry had read the letter twice, then called Draco in from the adjacent room and handed it to him. Draco had read it standing up. His face had done several things in sequence that he didn't try to manage. Then he'd folded the letter carefully and held it in both hands for a moment before setting it on the table. She chose, he said. She chose, Harry confirmed. Draco nodded once. Then he sat down and picked up his quill and went back to the work he'd been doing, which was now a detailed planning document for the Longbottom seat's function in the rebuilt Wizengamot framework, a project he'd taken on without being asked and had been developing for 3 days with the absorbed focus of someone who had found a purpose that fit the shape of their particular capabilities. The Horcruxes took 6 weeks. Harry destroyed 2 himself using the Merlin Archives dissolution method. Dumbledore destroyed 1, Ravenclaw's diadem, found in the Room of Requirement with the help of a map that the Merlin Archives' knowledge of Hogwarts' original architecture produced with startling specificity. Neville and Hermione, working together in a research capacity that turned out to be exactly the right combination of his practical magical instinct and her theoretical precision, located the locket through financial records in the Gringotts archive that Ragnarok's 3-day shell account trace had uncovered, it was in a cave on the north coast of Scotland, in conditions that the three of them dealt with on a grey September morning with professional efficiency and minimal drama. The snake, Nagini, was the last, and that was the one that mattered in the way that the others built toward, because destroying the snake's Horcrux required being near Voldemort, which was not a circumstance that could be engineered quietly. But by the time they reached that point, it was October, and Harry was not the person who had stood on a rooftop in Surrey in early July reading a letter from Gringotts. He was not the person from before the ritual, or before the Wizengamot, or before Caer Myrddin. He was something that had been built across a summer through specific, necessary steps, and when the confrontation came, in the grounds of Hogwarts on a clear October night, because Voldemort was predictable in his theatricality even when he thought he was being strategic, Harry walked out to meet it with complete composure. He won't describe the fight in terms of drama, because drama belonged to people who hadn't done the preparation. He will say that the unified magic of 5 ancient lines, wielded with the instinctive knowledge of Merlin's archive and the precise training of 6 years at Hogwarts and the particular clarity that comes from knowing exactly what you're doing and why, made a meaningful difference to the outcome. He will also say that Neville Longbottom, arriving late and at precisely the right moment, did something with his herbology knowledge and an extremely aggressive magical vine that nobody who was there would ever forget, which Harry felt was exactly the kind of heroism the magical world had been persistently failing to award Neville for and which he intended to personally rectify. The snake died. Without the snake, Voldemort had nothing to tether him. The rest followed. November arrived, and with it a particular quality of aftermath. Not the messy, stunned aftermath of sudden endings, that existed too, in St. Mungo's and in the Prophet and in the Ministry's emergency sessions, but beneath all of that, something quieter and more specific. The feeling of having done a thing that needed doing and now having to figure out what happened next. Harry spent a week at Peverell's Rise, mostly sleeping and eating and reading the Merlin book and doing nothing that required strategic thought. Hermione came and went, splitting her time between the ancestral home and her parents, whom she'd brought back from Australia with the same thorough, methodical approach she applied to everything that mattered. Ron was there for 2 days, which was a conversation Harry had been putting off and which turned out to be both more and less complicated than anticipated, more, because Ron was Ron and had feelings about having been left out that were genuine and needed to be honored, and less, because Ron was also fundamentally generous when given enough time to process. And what he said eventually was, "I think you were right not to tell me. I would have said it was too big and needed Dumbledore and you would have been arguing with me instead of doing the thing." He'd paused and added, "Which doesn't mean I'm not annoyed about it." Harry had said that was entirely fair. Ron had suggested they go flying, which was the Weasley approach to most situations that didn't require talking anymore, and they'd flown over the Godric's Hollow Valley for an hour in the grey November light and come back easier than they'd left. Neville's parents attended his grandmother's birthday dinner in November. Frank and Alice Longbottom. Frank, who could hold a full conversation and remembered the date and knew his son's face and the name of the son's best friend and called him Harry with the warm automatic recognition of a man whose memories were coming back in the specific way that the Pendleton archive treatment unlocked them, not all at once, not magically, but steadily, week by week, each session advancing the recovery in increments that Healer Pendleton documented with the meticulous precision of someone writing the case study that was going to reshape the field. Harry had been there for the first session. He'd anchored the Merlin inheritance component of the process, which looked from the outside like him simply standing quietly in the room with his hand flat on the wall and his attention entirely focused, and looked from the inside like the most demanding magical concentration he'd done outside of the ritual itself. He'd done 8 sessions across October and November. Each one was incremental. All of them mattered. At Augusta's birthday dinner, Alice Longbottom sat next to her son and talked to him. Just talked, about the garden, about a healer she found funny, about a program she'd heard on the radio that came through the St. Mungo's common room. Her memory was not complete, might never be complete, had gaps that Pendleton was honest about and that Frank and Alice themselves seemed to take with the pragmatic acceptance of people who had already survived the worst version of loss. But she sat next to her son and talked to him, and Neville sat very still and answered her questions and looked like a person who had been carrying something very heavy for 17 years and had just been allowed to set part of it down. Augusta didn't say anything for most of the dinner. At the end, when the others had gone to the sitting room, she sat across from Harry at the cleared table and looked at him. "You said you'd look," she said. "Yes." "You looked." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. Then, with the precision of a woman who had spent 80 years treating sentiment as something to be managed, "Thank you." He held her gaze. "Don't thank me yet. There's a long way still to go." "I know," she said. "Thank you anyway." December. The Wizengamot restructuring was underway, which was a project of significant complexity that Harry had handed to Hermione, Draco, and Augusta in combination, which turned out to be an unexpected but extremely effective triad. Hermione brought the theoretical framework from the Merlin book and the procedural precision to implement it. Draco brought 30 years of inherited knowledge about how the institution actually functioned versus how it claimed to function, the behind-the-scenes mechanics that he'd absorbed at his father's table. Augusta brought 40 years of presence in those rooms and a specific relational authority that came from having been there long enough that people believed she couldn't be surprised. Harry attended the sessions and spoke when it mattered and was otherwise a deliberate background presence, which was a strategic choice that surprised people who'd expected him to enjoy the authority he'd claimed. He didn't particularly want to sit in rooms and argue about procedural bylaws. He wanted the rooms to produce better outcomes. He had people who could move the procedural levers better than he could, so he let them. What he did directly was the ward network. The ancestral ward structures across Britain, the ones he'd declared in the ritual, the community protections, the territorial enchantments, needed ongoing maintenance and, in several cases, significant strengthening. He worked through them systematically across November and into December, visiting each location, working with the Merlin Archive's knowledge of what the original structures had been designed to do and what the modern version of that should look like. It was unglamorous work. It was often cold. Nobody wrote about it in the Prophet, which was fine with Harry. Luna wrote about it in the Quibbler, in an article titled The Quiet Architecture, how Britain's magical foundations were rebuilt by one person visiting 43 fields, which was exactly as specific and precise as she always was and which people mostly read as eccentric and which was actually an extremely accurate account of what was happening. Ginny found him on the grounds of Peverell's Rise on a Saturday in December, which was where he'd been for the morning, sitting on the low stone wall by the garden that Neville had cleared back in October and which was now, with some herbology consultation, developing into something deliberate and growing. She sat beside him on the wall. The valley was white with the first proper snow of winter, the oak tree bare, the burn still moving fast under a skin of ice at its edges. "You haven't said anything yet," she said. "About the conversation we were going to have. After Friday." "I know," he said. "There were a lot of Fridays." She made a sound that was half laugh. "There were." He looked at the valley and the snow and the bare oak tree. "I've been trying to figure out how to say it in a way that's honest without being too," he paused, "much. Harry." She looked at him directly. "You performed a ritual that merged 5 ancient magical inheritances and survived it. You destroyed 6 Horcruxes. You restructured the Wizengamot. You're not capable of being too much. That's different. Is it?" He looked at her. She was in her blue Weasley jumper and her hair was loose and her expression was the one she always had, direct, present, nothing hidden in it. The expression of someone who showed up entirely or didn't bother. "I like who I am when you're around," he said. "Not who I'm supposed to be. Not Lord Emery's Peverell or the boy who lived or any of the other things. Just, who I actually am. You see that person without needing me to perform it." He held her gaze. "That's been true since before any of this. Since 3rd year, actually." She was quiet for a moment. Something settled in her expression, not softening, not surprise, just arriving. "You noticed," she said. "I noticed," he said. "I was slow about it." "You were a bit slow about it," she agreed pleasantly. I had things on. Several things, she confirmed. He looked at her for a moment. Is it too late to? Don't be ridiculous, she said, and she was smiling now, real and warm and completely her own, and she reached out and took his hand on top of the stone wall in the cold December morning, and that was all, and it was enough, and it was the thing that had been waiting to happen without agenda or performance. Just two people who had been paying attention to each other from a sideways angle finally deciding to be direct about it. The ring pulsed on his finger, warm. January. The reconstruction continued, because reconstruction is not a dramatic event but a sustained one, and the magical world that had been built on a crooked foundation for 3 centuries was not going to become something better in a season. But there were things that were different already. Real things. Structural things. The Wizengamot had a review mechanism now, which sounds minor and was fundamental, a formal process for examining legislation older than 50 years against a set of principles that the framework Hermione had built described, with the precision of someone who had read every word of the Merlin book 3 times, as minimum conditions for a just magical society. The first legislation reviewed under the mechanism was the Statute of Secrecy's Implementation Guidelines, which had been written in 1692 and contained provisions that nobody had looked at directly in 100 years because nobody had looked at much of anything directly in 100 years. The Muggle-born registration that had been floated as ministry policy under the previous administration, before Fudge's removal, before the Wizengamot restructuring, was formally classified as incompatible with the new foundational principles and removed from any possible legislative pathway. Harry signed that document as Lord Emery's Peverell and felt the weight of it in a way that he didn't try to diminish. Hogwarts changed headmasters, Dumbledore returned, because Dumbledore returning to Hogwarts was like a river returning to its channel, correct and inevitable, and he returned having spent the autumn doing something Harry hadn't expected and which he should have predicted, collaborating with Hermione on the governance framework, specifically the education provisions, working with the energy of a man who had been given, late in an extremely long life, the opportunity to build the thing he'd always wanted to build rather than maintain the thing he'd inherited. The Hogwarts curriculum, starting in September, was going to be different. The history of magic syllabus was going to include goblin history from goblin-authenticated sources, which Professor Binns had never been asked to do and had no intention of doing, and the solution Dumbledore proposed was the one Harry would have suggested, Hermione Granger, who was going to graduate Hogwarts in June and had been offered a position that had been described as teaching assistant and was actually, from the description of the role, a complete redesign of 2 departments. She'd accepted immediately and then spent 2 weeks pretending not to be as excited as she was. February. Harry was in the Merlin seat at Caer Murden on a Thursday afternoon, reading the book and working through a section on the management of natural magical focuses, ley junctions, convergence points, the living magical geography of Britain that predated every institution built on top of it, when the Patronus arrived. It was Neville's. A silver oak tree, which Harry thought was both entirely predictable and entirely Neville, and it said, she remembered. Mom remembered Christmas 1979. Frank confirmed the memory is real. Pendleton says we're past the critical threshold. Come to St. Mungo's when you can. No rush. It's just, good news. Really good news. Harry sat in Caer Murden with the Merlin book on his lap and the Highland winter outside and the silver afterglow of Neville's Patronus fading in the stone room, and felt something warm move through him that was the specific uncomplicated warmth of a good thing having happened to a good person. He sent back his own Patronus, the stag bright and certain in the old stone room, with the message, I'll be there this afternoon. Well done, Neville. Then he sat for a few more minutes with the book, reading about ley junctions and the way that natural magical focuses responded to the presence of anchored human magic, the way the land itself participated in the magical life of the people who lived on it when those people understood how to be in relationship with it rather than in dominion over it. It was, like everything in the Merlin archive, both very old and very relevant. Outside, through the open section of Caer Murden's roof, the Highland sky was wide and clear and winter-bright. The burn was still moving through the valley below, as it had moved through every winter of the 14 centuries this room had been waiting, and the ward structure that had exhaled when Harry first walked in was now fully integrated into the unified house's architecture, alive and anchored and rooted in the way that things are rooted when they've finally found the relationship they were built for. He closed the book. He'd come back tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that. The work was long. He'd always known the work was long. He stood up and walked out of Kaer Morhen into the winter light, and the ward boundary recognized him as he passed through it, warm and certain, the way it would recognize him every time, for the rest of his life. The ring pulsed. All 5 lines, one rhythm. He operated south to see Neville. Behind him, in the valley that the Ordnance Survey called Unnamed, the oldest active magical site in the British Isles settled into the comfortable warmth of a place that had stopped waiting and started simply being, lived in, tended, known. The kind of home that isn't built in a season but becomes what it is over time, through use and return and the accumulated warmth of a person who keeps coming back. That was the foundation. Not the inheritance, not the ritual, not the Wizengamot or the Horcruxes or any single event or declaration. The foundation was this, a sustained commitment to the work, the return after the return after the return, the willingness to show up for the long and unglamorous and necessary thing. Harry had understood that since the beginning. It was, after all, what the bloodline had always been building toward. Not a savior. A builder.